Rematch 3. Wang Wei only learned 95% of knowledge about Di Tian, mostly focused on his techniques and abilities. However, the remaining 5% involved his true hidden trump cards and the crux of this battle. However, something occurred that made his oracle mirror almost absolute. Di Tian achieved 10 supremacy. All the knowledge he learned about his opponent was during his 9 extremity foundation, rendering most of his knowledge obsolete. After all, after achieving 10 supremacy, Wang Wei updated his Fate Transcending Sutra, removing some useless techniques, improving others, and creating a bunch of new methods that can reflect his current strength. And he reckoned Di Tian did the same for his 9 Samsara Fist. In conclusion, the overwhelming advantage he thought he would have due to information was drastically reduced. All these thoughts flashed in Wang Wei's eyes as he rushed toward his opponent and punched him again, his body as heavy and dense as ever. However, the result was the same, it was not effective. So, it is immunity to physical attack. What about elements and others? He swiftly controlled the electrical impulses in his body and combined them with the divine punishment thunder sealed since he first entered the Di realm. Di Tian calmly tanked his attack before counterattacking with a punch of his own. Boom! Wang Wei flew away, and the sound of his bones cracking echoed in the void, followed by blood spewing from his mouth. I need to hurry, thought Di Tian as he went on the offensive. His skin ability recently mutated, giving him a short and temporary immunity to all attacks. However, he discovered something from that last attack: high intensity and potent attacks will shorten the time he can stay in such a state. With those 2 attacks, the time he can stay in that state has reduced by a few minutes. Di Tian rushed toward Wang Wei to punch and explode his head. However, his fist only hit the air. Before the moment of impact, Wang Wei dispersed all the molecules and atoms of his head, including his primordial spirit and sea of consciousness, allowing him to evade that brutal punch. His headless body then attacked Di Tian's stomach. His attempt was futile, but this was not his main objective. Using the force of his punch, he moved dozens of meters backward, distancing himself from his opponent. Then, his atoms reconstructed his head, and his primordial spirit returned to its rightful place. He's indeed immune to all attacks, thought Wang Wei. In that previous attack, he used his Dragon Zodiac to attack Di Tian's immunity. Although I did not succeed, I learned something new. Di Tian's technique was similar to his state of intangibility and may be less stable. There is a time limit, which can be reduced after being overwhelmed. For the next 30 seconds, Wang Wei did not directly confront his opponent and used his speed advantage to evade. He used the Rabbit Zodiac to the pinnacle, along with subtle control of the space from his muscle divine ability. I need another method, thought Di Tian as he deactivated his ability. Such a technique was a life-saving method in such a dangerous battle, so he did not want to overuse it. And since his attempt to use it in a more offensive way failed, it was unwise to continue. So, without hesitation, he chose another tactic. Rho alpha n d alpha s nu omicron v epsilon elmi activated the concept of his body? Thought Wang Wei. Body refiners also require some level of comprehension to reach a high level, as they need to imbue some concepts into their bodies, usually during the blood tempering phase. Wang Wei chose nothingness as his concept that would allow his body to become eternal or everlasting. If I remember correctly, he chose indestructible. From his knowledge, indestructible was the concept most used by body refiners. And that's one of the main reasons they are called indestructible Empyreans after opening the gate of power. To be precise, indestructible is the main path or concept chosen by Grand Tao for the body refining path. In the adult fiend god realm or the 5th stage of the true power Tao realm, the flesh tribulation involves this concept, and there are even correlations with willpower. After activating his power, Di Tian did not waste time. He rushed toward his opponent with unparalleled momentum. He was like a bulldozer that would wipe out everything in its path. And that's exactly what he did. I think you should take a look at this novel. Wang Wei created a barrier of powerful elemental attacks before him. He used the innate energy stored in his 5 internal organs, he used his chaos flame and divine punishment thunder, but it was useless. Tian did not slow down as he let these things touch his indestructible body and headed straight to his opponent. After seeing the result of his actions, Wang Wei tried the next best course of action, to use his speed advantage. Alas, this tactic was useless this time around. Tian's shoes suddenly released an aura of mystery and nobleness, it was a chaos treasure designated for speed. Furthermore, with his new state, Tian could now mobilize more of the dragon elephant's suppression ability. The environment around Wang Wei changed, placing him into a state similar to intense gravity, thus drastically reducing his speed. Boom! With one punch, Wang Wei spewed a large mouthful of blood. His internal organs were punctured, his bones cracked, and his muscles ravaged. However, such an injury was insignificant to him and healed in an instant. Before being hit, he raised all his defense to an unimaginable level. He focused the iron produced by his body to harden his body, he used the gold and earth elements from his organs to reinforce his body for a second time, he used the yin-yang balance of his body for a third layer of defense, and finally, controlled his pseudo-Dao will to an extreme level, abandoning all attack for defense. So, not only was his defense at an all-time high, but he also prevented Tian's Dao will from entering his body and negating his regeneration. Damn it, why has his speed and defense reached such an extreme? Complained Tian, who felt he was fighting two people who cultivated speed and defense Dao to the limit. In his frustration, he became more aggressive as he rushed forward. He entered an extreme state where his spirit was extremely focused. As such, Tian's control over his pseudo-Dao will reach the highest level in his life. Battle is a great way to evolve and progress. After reaching 10 supremacy, Tian and Wang Wei had to train with the insurgents of their respective factions. However, these battles were not death battles with a great stake. So, there is a limit to how much they can grow from it. But now, it is different. They could fight each other without restraint while learning from each other. Tian's attack annihilates the space behind Wang Wei. However, his attack was useless as the latter turned his body into a fire elemental, becoming immune to his physical attack. Tian reacted swiftly as he kicked Wang Wei on the side of his ribs. His foot turned into a water elemental, sending him flying while bleeding fire for blood. Another anomaly, thought Wang Wei as he sensed the pain on his side. His elemental power contains something else, it seems to be a breath of chaos. What's going on? His mind worked extremely fast as he analyzed the weird aura. It reminded him of his chaos flame, but it was of water attribute. Could it be he has fused with chaos water, chaos earth, chaos metal, chaos wood, and chaos flame? Impossible. The mirror told me he used extreme innate materials for his organs except for the heart, where he used chaos flame like me. Wang Wei was confused, but Tian would not give him time to plan and strategize. Wang Wei suddenly became aggressive and met Tian's blow by punching him too. As expected, his arm almost broke because of the other's indestructible nature. And even his dragon zodiac did not work. However, he expected this outcome. His arm suddenly bent 360 degrees backward as if he had no joints, ligaments, or muscles. However, such a tactic allowed him to disperse most of the force from the punch with only a few crack bones. Taking this opportunity when Tian was closed, he headbutted him with great ferocity. And the result was the deformation of his cranium. Regardless, his objective was achieved. When he was very close, his eyes suddenly released a terrifying heat vision that pushed Tian backward. Even such a concentrated attack did no damage, thought Wang Wei, feeling more things were abnormal. His previous immunity ability originated from his skin ability from the ancient desolate body refining scripture. However, this ability was different from what the oracle mirror revealed. Could it be the result of achieving 10 supremacy? No, it does not make sense. All my abilities increased in potency but did not completely mutate or change. Wang Wei knew this might be one of those trump cards from the 5% of the unknown. In this case, I must push him further to reveal more abilities. Rematch 4. A black lightning suddenly flashed around Wang Wei's eyes, his gaze became more intense and his aura more overbearing. The surrounding space twisted as if incapable of bearing his presence. Cracks appeared on Wang Wei's face, making him look a little scary. Oops, I used too much, he thought as the cracks healed and the intensity of the black lightning diminished. That should be the limit of my body. Wang Wei flew forward, his speed drastically faster than before. However, his path left a trail of black lightning behind. Boom! He punched Di Tian, who had a ghastly look on his face. The sound of bone cracking reverberated in the infinite void of space. However, this was the beginning. Wang Wei went for a punch on the latter's head to explode it. However, Di Tian took a page from his book and turned his head into water element through his ability to control elements from tempering his organs. Sadly, it was useless. Wang Wei's punch could ignore his indestructible nature, let alone his elemental body. Luckily, his attack did reduce the damage to some extent. Boom! Wang Wei made a second punch, and this one with even more ferocity. And with this one attack, Di Tian's body exploded into oblivion as every matter and molecule of his body was annihilated by the sheer force behind that attack. Wang Wei was not happy with his success. He looked in the distance where Di Tian's new body was. At least a minute before his death, he forced a drop of his blood through his fingers. And from that drop, he regenerated his new body. Willpower manifestation, thought Di Tian with an ugly expression. He should have expected this. Someone like Yin Zhen accomplished an incomplete will manifestation. Meanwhile, Wang Wei's talent for body refining was higher than the latter, especially after swallowing Ji Song's heavenly axe physique. So, why would he not accomplish a better willpower manifestation? As for him, he had never achieved a willpower manifestation for many reasons, mainly because of his closed mind. Based on his knowledge, only exceptionally talented people who reached the middle and late stages of the infant fiend god realm can awaken their willpower. And most people will have to wait after opening the gate of power, which no one has ever accomplished in the lower dimension, before they can succeed. With this mindset, Di Tian never tried to manifest his willpower and take control of it. For a moment, he remembered a comment one of his teachers, a pure true power Dao realm emperor, said regarding this power: I torture my body to manifest my will. And from now on, my will is above heaven and earth's logic. And with this brief confrontation, he knew the meaning of these words. His body is currently in a state of indestructibility. But Wang Wei's fist did not care. His will believes it can destroy something indestructible, so it did. Wang Wei instantly appeared before Di Tian and punched him in one of the acupoints that rendered his body immobile. Then, he held the latter by the head before carrying him like unwanted luggage. Using the earth elements in his spleen to create dozens of giant planets with no life. And without hesitation, he carried Di Tian as his shield, breaking through these planets. No, a better way to explain it was he used him as a jackhammer to dig through these planets one by one. However, he was unsatisfied with the planets, so he used his chaos flames to create stars. Then, he used his muscle divine ability to fold the space into stack walls. Bang! 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 Di Tian broke through these space walls one by one, his back and head bleeding intensely. Di Tian tried every method to remove his opponent's deadly grip on him. However, Wang Wei's willpower was the most overbearing power he had ever seen. Any methods he tried, the black lightning would forcibly destroy them or render them useless. Di Tian felt great humiliation but controlled his mind to be as calm as possible. And amid this humiliation, his spirit reached an unprecedented height. Crackle! A black lightning flashed in his fist as he punched Wang Wei's face. Willpower manifestation? Did he have a breakthrough during our battle and learn from me? However, it did not matter. Although Di Tian's willpower was extremely high, even higher than Yin Zhen's, it was nothing compared to Wang Wei. Fortunately, his action of manifesting his willpower caught Wang Wei off guard for a brief moment. I think you should take a look at this novel. Kambang! Di Tian kicked him away, and his right boot's aura drastically diminished in the process. He used a secret technique to overload his Chaos Treasure boot, allowing him to generate a tremendous attack. The downside to this method is that the boot will be weakened for between a few minutes to a few hours. I guess I overestimated you, said Di Tian with a sneer. You have the perfect opportunity to inflict heavy damage on me. Instead, you used it to humiliate me? I thought you were better than this. Well, I am not, replied Wang Wei calmly. Our battle is not only a battle of revenge for me but also a process of spiritual cleansing. As he said these words, his aura changed subtly. It was like a significant burden from him was also lifted, just like when the battle started. As I said before, you've always been a mountain pressing on me. And in today's battle, I will not only overcome the mountain but conquer it. Wang Wei cracked his head and shoulders. Of course, he chose something that appeared useless because time was on his side for this battle. He has the advantage of stamina, so a prolonged battle is advantageous to him. And with his actions, he has slowly brought the advantage in the mental state area to his side. Veins appeared on Di Tian's neck and forehead. However, he breathed deeply to calm down. The combination of his willpower and Dao will is a nightmare. There is a reason that eternal emperors, and even pseudo-eternals, who are body refiners are trouble throughout the entire chaos universe. And that reason is their control of their willpower and Dao will. With these two things boosting their speed, defense, and attack and nullifying the opponent's regeneration, they are the pinnacle of individuals in any chaos worlds. Furthermore, they are the nightmare of other groups because it is easier for these people to kill everlasting Empyreans and boundless paragons. However, it is not easy for anyone to reach the paragon realm with these two powers because of the restrictions of true heavenly Dao and grand Dao. Anyone who walks these two paths will suffer terrible tribulations if they want to become boundless and inextinguishable paragons. If I want a chance to win this battle, my only choice is to use that, thought Di Tian, who hesitated whether to release such a trump card so early in this battle. However, he soon made a decision after seeing the killing intent in Wang Wei's eyes as the black lightning flashed around his eyes. Furthermore, he had already decided that a short battle was to his advantage. His aura suddenly changed, followed by physical changes to his body. His skin became silver, followed by 4 pointy horns on his head. His clothes fused with his skin, leaving only pants. His white and black hair floated behind him as if there was wind in this void space. He grew claws along with a tail. Bat-like wings grew behind his back. In general, Di Tian was quite intimidating. He had the aura of a primordial and ancient being that had just awakened. His presence was awe-inspiring, inducing fundamental worship and fear embedded deep in any weak creatures watching this battle. The ancient desolate god transformation? Is this his trump card? Wang Wei did not believe it to be so. Although this transformation allowed the fleshly body to reach an optimal state, the increase in strength granted was minimal for their current stage. The greatest benefit of this transformation after achieving 10 supremacy is to increase the regeneration speed and intensity. For example, if usually, Wang Wei and Di Tian could only regenerate 1,000, the transformation would increase the number between 50,000 to 10,000. However, the increase in things like attack and speed was minimal. It also optimized defense but was barely higher than the other stats. Rho alpha and D alpha S nu omicron V epsilon L mass expected, he was correct. Di Tian's aura suddenly changed and became more ancient, noble, and fierce. Wang Wei felt his body instinctively tremble as he felt that aura, it was like his body immediately knew it meant someone extremely noble and fearful and should show respect. "This is," muttered Wang Wei as he controlled his body, not missing a single moment of Di Tian's transformation. His ancient desolate god transformation changed, to be precise, he reverted to a normal-looking body. The only difference was the strange tattoos on Di Tian's chest, followed by his completely purple eyes with no iris. Rematch, v. Unedited chapter, Fiend God, muttered Wang Wei. This was the first time he sensed this aura, but he instinctively knew who and where it originated from. As the noblest creature between heaven and earth, anyone who met it would immediately know what it was. Fiend gods, an immortal race in which their newborn has the strength compared to immortal venerables and Dao ancestors. And before they can reach adulthood, all of them will have power compared to a great emperor. The lowest level of luck that a fiend god will be born with is 2 colors from the rainbow luck, and those with the most potential will be white luck, or the luck of paragons. Their bodies are bred by primordial chaos, so they are born with the best fleshly body in the chaos universe. Their infants are capable of destroying weak worlds because of their flesh. Before the rise of the body refining path and the emperor path, fiend gods were considered the most powerful creatures in the chaos universe, envied and respected by all heaven and myriad worlds. The only flaw of this creature was their very strict hierarchical society. The status of a fiend god was decided by their birth. Based on their bloodline limit, which indicated whether their final potential is to become tier 12, and what type of primordial law they were born with would determine their members' status. For example, fiend gods born with any of the 5 supreme outlaws with a tier 12 bloodlines were the most renowned in any clan and had the highest status. Then, the hierarchy is followed by the people born with outlaw Daoists and potent Daoists. However, over the years, the custom of the fiend god clan had to change due to the rise of paragons and the emperor path. Certain fiend gods could break the limitation of their primordial law by acquiring the heaven will and eventually paragons. With such strength, they could even challenge the elders born with the 5 supreme outlaws. As such, many clans changed the rules to allow the more powerful members to have higher positions. However, some clans were stubborn and banned any of their members from participating in the heaven will battle and walking the path of the emperor. Anyone who broke this promise will be hunted down and executed. Wang Wei looked at Di Tian's transformation with great concentration. Is this one of his trump cards? The bloodline of a fiend god. He had to admit that he was not expecting such a thing. Fiend gods were rare creatures because they considered primordial chaos their homes, so they rarely entered chaos worlds. And with the contradictions between paragons and acquired life forms, the situation escalated even worse. Furthermore, even if a fiend god were to enter a chaos world, they would appear in the upper dimension. Heavenly Tao would not allow these powerful beings with unlimited potential to appear in the lower dimension because of the catastrophic damage they could create yet. So, in Wang Wei's mind, it was impossible for anything related to Fiend God to appear in the lower dimension. "Is that surprise I see in your face?" asked Di Tian as he clenched his hand, feeling the power bursting through his veins. "I have to admit, you have surprised me beyond what I could calculate." "I guess I should take this as a compliment coming from you," Di Tian replied with a sneer and a smug look. His fiend god bloodline was the reward the acquired life council granted him after creating many talented humans with the potential of becoming emperors and eternals. Although it was only 1 drop of diluted blood from a fiend god, it was more than enough, especially since it originated from an adult. Di Tian had access to that drop of blood for too long. And in his many reincarnations, he tried to absorb it with no success. Although it was only a drop, that thing was very arrogant and would not accept a weak body fusing with it and acquiring a small portion of its bloodline. As such, over the years, Di Tian has been using it to temper his body to ensure his body and soul were compatible with the blood. According to his original plan, he would fuse with it after proving the Tao, ensuring his powerful bloodline could give him a greater boost from his Tao Bodhis awakening. And as fate would have it, Di Tian's inability to fuse with this blood was what saved him from Wu Hong's clutches. Otherwise, she would have taken it from his body after sealing him. Di Tian exhaled out loud. After so many years, he finally met the requirement. And he had to admit, he felt a sense of accomplishment afterward. Let's see the power of this body, he thought. Boom! He instantly appeared before his opponent and punched him into a streak of light that flew from one quadrant to another. I think you should take a look at this novel. Commonly bone fractures? Not enough. He appeared before Wang Wei and began a slugfest of fists. Their arms were moving so fast with these flurries of fists that only a few insurgents watching the battle could perceive them. Boom! Di Tian punched Wang Wei in the stomach, almost making him spill all his saliva and the launch his mother made for him. Meanwhile, Wang Wei felt his body was hit by a high-speed train. The damage is still minimal. Is this the power of willpower manifestation and Dao will? Analyzed Di Tian, who knew how powerful his attacks were. Furthermore, Fiend God's body contained an aura from primordial chaos that was corrosive to weak flesh. Yet, with all these advantages, he failed to significantly injure his opponent. Furthermore, he could not place his Dao will inside Wang Wei's body to negate his regeneration. Let's try this new power I acquired. Black lightning flashed around Di Tian's eyes as he essentially speed-blitzed Wang Wei, who stood in the distance. Then, a cacophony of bones breaking echoed in the northern quadrant as Di Tian went on a rampage, punching his opponent as if he wanted to pummel him into oblivion. Subsequently, the terrifying gravity of 1,269 million black holes larger than a universe suddenly acted on Di Tian, pushing him a dozen meters away. However, he received no damage whatsoever. Luckily, Wang Wei's plan for activating his acupoints was to buy him enough time to regenerate to his peak condition. No significant damage, thought Di Tian, who felt slightly frustrated before squashing such useless emotions. He knew the reason for his failure: his opponent had perfectly controlled their willpower and Dao will to boost his defense to the pinnacle. Furthermore, he ensured that he would not receive any injuries similar to Di Tian from the knotting technique. I have taken this opportunity to learn how he applied his willpower and Dao will. However, it will take me some time to reach his level. Furthermore, his willpower is so much higher than mine that it's scary. Countless thoughts flashed in Di Tian's mind as he thought of a way out of the situation, a way to end this battle as quickly as possible. No, my mindset needs to change. Time is on his side, and he knows. So he won't allow a quick battle. I need to drag him down to my level, injure him severely with the power of the Dao will, and force him to do a complete regeneration that drains his stamina. Di Tian waved his hand, and 9 objects of various shapes appeared before him. Wang Wei squinted his eyes after seeing the aura of these objects, chaos treasures. He secretly cursed how rich this bastard was, relying on his old age and inheritance to hoard such unquantifiable wealth. Regardless, he knew long ago that this was one of Di Tian's advantages over him. One of his biggest regrets was that the sleepers did not have access to Di Tian's wealth and only helped him collect resources. Meanwhile, the real location of all his wealth was under his strict control. Di Tian opened his mouth and swallowed. An unknown aura or energy emanated from the 9 objects entered his stomach, making them dimmer than they previously were. After ingesting not pure chaos aura from these treasures, his fiend god bloodline synthesized them into a string of primordial chaos aura that traveled throughout his body and nourished it. Boom! Di Tian's already mighty and terrifying aura drastically increased. A few new tattoos appeared on his body, and his purple eyes became slightly darker. The black lightning around his eyes became thicker as it appeared that his fiend god bloodline made it easier for him to manifest his willpower and control it. Truly worthy of the noblest creature between heaven and earth. Everything comes easier for them, thought Di Tian as he gazed at his opponent like an apex predator who saw his prey. This is the perfect opportunity for me. I've never been able to use that power before. But maybe, between life and death, I can succeed and master it. Rematch 6. Tian applied his pseudo-Dao will and willpower manifestation to his leg, increasing his already unparalleled speed. He moved so fast that he left tears in the fabric of space-time. However, the tear only appeared a few seconds after he left. Boom! A terrifying explosive sound echoed in this vacuum of space. The sound originated from Wang Wei's two arms exploding like popped balloons. However, despite the gruesome fate of his limbs, not even a peep got out of his mouth. Meanwhile, Tian was not focusing on such a useless matter. After taking care of his opponent's way of defending himself, he went for the kill. So, without hesitation and giving his opponent enough time to react, he made a second punch. Another exploding sound echoed in the void as Tian's arm was inside Wang Wei's chest, turning him into a human donut with no arms. Tian immediately frowned. His attack appeared successful, but it was not. He intended to obliterate his opponent's entire body, including his soul. However, at the very last minute, Wang Wei reinforced all the parts of his body except for the upper limb. With these reinforcements, Tian's attack couldn't destroy his lower limbs and his head. Then, he directed most of the force of the attack on his upper torso, forcing the attack to only leave a hole in his body. Such a high battle IQ, high experience, subtle control and understanding of force, and excellent application of his Dao will and willpower manifestation, secretly praised Tian. There are many things I can learn from him. Tian prepared for another brutal attack. However, Wang Wei's limbs had already regenerated in such a short moment. So, without hesitation, he attacked Tian's head with his elbow. Sadly, Tian's unparalleled speed also involved his reaction speed. As such, he slightly moved his head to evade the attack. Wang Wei seemed to have expected this movement, so he gathered the terrifying gravity from the black holes in his acupoints and released them through his elbow. Meanwhile, Tian calmly faces the immense gravity heading for his head. He released his own gravity or suppressing power from the dragon elephant. Boom! Boom! The clash of these two's gravity twisted the space. At a micro level, all the smallest subatomic particles were scattered and dispersed. And in a very short period, Wang Wei's power was overwhelmed. The dragon elephant's power is based on its wielder's physical prowess. And Tian's current fleshly body has reached an unimaginable level through the fiend good bloodline. The crux of Wang Wei's attack was to buy him a few nanoseconds to regenerate his upper torso. And his plan succeeded while failing at the same time. Something is corroding my innard, thought Wang Wei. At first, he thought it was the weird primordial aura from the fiend god. However, he had already taken precautions for this situation. Many of his clones had fused with chaos materials when refining their bodies. So, Wang Wei gathered the chaos aura from them as a form of defense for his innards. Furthermore, Wang Wei has been analyzing Tian's primordial aura. With a bit of time and the use of his Qi flower divine ability, it's not impossible for him to synthesize primordial aura like Tina, using chaos aura. Luckily, this power is weak, and he has no control of it yet, thought Wang Wei as he removed the effect on him. Furthermore, he added it to the list to watch for and not let inside his body. After crushing his opponent's gravity, he rushed forward, his mind focused to the limit. The fiend god is one of the most talented creatures between heaven and earth, so they have a natural instinct when controlling things like willpower. Although it is not enough for them to reach the peak, it's more than enough for 99% of ordinary body refiners. So, all I need to do is follow my Bodhi's instinct to quickly reach a high level of control of my willpower. Immediately, the black lightning near his eyes that symbolized his willpower manifestation thickened. Bang! Wang Wei's new arms once again exploded. Furthermore, the upper half of his torso was also missing a big chunk. Tian went on the offensive with consecutive attacks. Wang Wei reacted by blocking his legs. He gathered all his defensive methods, including focusing the force field from his skin on his legs, ignoring the defense of the other parts. His right was missing. However, Wang Wei did not care. Despite his terrible situation, his injuries were child play since his core was not injured. Of course, he also knew he could not continue this constant regeneration, otherwise, his stamina would drop to D Tian's level. I just need to find the feeling from back then, thought Wang Wei as he concentrated, trying to fuse two different yet similar powers. I think you should take a look at this novel. Kambang! D Tian's attack reached his left leg. However, the thing was not instantly annihilated into oblivion. On the contrary, it only twisted beyond what the human's exoskeletons allowed. However, despite the terrible shape of his legs, Wang Wei's eyes shone. That's it, it's almost there. Meanwhile, D Tian felt a sense of crisis. He knew what these eyes meant. His opponent was on the verge of a breakthrough during battle. He had experienced it himself in this battle and saw similar eyes during their first confrontation. His mood became agitated, which resulted in awakening another power from his bloodline. In an instant, his strength and speed increased by a few % as he rushed toward his opponent. Bang! He punched the head, destroying everything else in the process. D Tian looked at his fist and the place where Wang Wei's body used to be, and he was not happy. When his fist hit his opponent's head, it did not immediately explode. On the contrary, the head blocked his attack for far longer than it should have, given the strength he placed behind that attack. Furthermore, his Dao will and willpower received their greatest resistance since the beginning of this battle. If the previous battle was a towering wall made of a well-refined or crafted, it was now made of the best steel humans can create. He looked in the distance where Wang Wei's body appeared. He did not hesitate to use bone substitution and sacrifice one of his lives for this breakthrough. Is it that important? Wang Wei appeared in the distance with a smile on his face. The answer was simple: resonance between my body and Dao while using my soul as the medium. Will manifestation is the result of my body or essence? At the same time, Dao will originated from my Dao, which is associated with the Qi, and the soul is the manifestation of the spirit. Wang Wei clenched his fist as he fused these two powers. He sensed how the increase brought by using them independently could not compare to when combined. In the early stages of my cultivation, when I was ignorant, I used to call my Di realm with the name True Will. But I feel this name was more suited for this new power. Wang Wei did not know the name of the fused power of these different wills since Wuhong refused to tell him the name. Regardless, he had a feeling the original name was also True Will. When his young self named it True Will, he was probably influenced by his future self and foreshadowed his eventual acquisition of this power, or, it could be he was in tune with the universe and also divined the future. Whatever the truth was, the only thing that mattered was the name. After a few tests, Wang Wei finally focused on his opponent. In this brief confrontation, many things happened, not including his breakthrough. For example, he had identified or had a solid theory to explain the strange power of D Tian's bloodline. It should be the primordial will. The primordial law of fiend gods is boosted by the primordial will of primordial chaos. However, they lose that boost after entering a chaos world. His bloodline does not have a primordial law. However, someone used a brilliant method to refine it and keep some of the power from the primordial will. Wang Wei squinted his eyes as he had a few more theories. For example, D Tian cannot actively control that remnant of primordial will. Instead, it will passively boost all his abilities, similar to how it does for fiend gods' laws. However, that's just my theory and has not been verified. So, I should be on the lookout for the possibility of being wrong. Furthermore, I do not know the limit of the primordial will's boost to his overall ability and strength. After making his analysis, Wang Wei prepared for the continuation of the battle. He could not wait to try out the power of his true will. Rematch 7. As Wang Wei applied his true will, the dark lightning next to his eyes turned a shade of red. Furthermore, his body now released a more repressive aura. Then, he watched calmly as Di Tian rushed toward him. In their previous confrontation, his mind could follow the latter's movement, but his body could not respond on time. However, it was different. He could now see and react by applying his true will to his nervous system. Their fists confronted each other, generating shockwaves that made this cosmic battlefield tremble. However, the result of such a confrontation was mutual restraint. The fusion process was not smooth and natural, the resonance was not fluid or perfectly balanced, thought Wang Wei. It's possible to concentrate even more on my willpower and Dao will, pondered Di Tian. In this one confrontation, the mind of these two titans worked at an accelerated speed that would put most quantum computers to shame and out of work. Boom! Another attack in which they were equal. This time, the issue was with my willpower. It is so much more potent than my Dao will that I need to weaken it to achieve balance. His willpower manifestation and Dao will functioned like natural instincts for him, like any other limbs on his body. Such an achievement requires talent and years of training. I don't have such a long time, so I must rely on the natural instinct of my bloodline. In the back of his mind, Di Tian felt some unnecessary thoughts arise, but he suppressed them with his spirit and concentrated. Boom! Di Tian took a few steps back, the bone of his left arm hurting immensely. The doubting thoughts deep in his subconscious became even louder. Regardless, he moved forward with a third attack. Crack! His bones fractured as Wang Wei's strength overwhelmed the limit of his indestructibility and the defensive capabilities he had spent billions of years training. No, I can't lose, I refuse to lose, especially to him. The talent gap in the cultivation world is something that can drive the most determined man to his doom. Di Tian has known and recognized this fact through brutal experience after meeting and fighting some of these talents. However, of the ones he met, he refused to lose to Wang Wei, not out of pride or unwillingness to accept his limitation, but because the latter was a Dao overlord, and he was not. Di Tian's intense emotions resonated with the primordial will deep in his bloodline. Then, the primordial will responded to his call and boosted his physical prowess. Boom! It was Wang Wei's turn for his bones to crack and take a few steps back. However, his eyes became brighter after this brief confrontation. His acute senses detected the changes in Di Tian's emotions through Su Ya's methods. He also noticed the resonance between Di Tian's mood and the primordial will. I was wrong. I should not treat my true will like some sort of energy that only requires precise understanding and control. There is some aspect of the mind, including desires or wishes. He remembered the comments left in Wu Hong's notebook, "My will is above heaven and earth." Wang Wei clenched his fist and punched his opponent. And as soon as the two fists met, Di Tian's face changed. He felt an overbearing power entering his body and suppressing the primordial will in his bloodline. Then, it proceeded to suppress his Dao will and willpower manifestation. The two tried to resist and even briefly worked together. Alas, their attempt was futile as that power was too overbearing. That power was the embodiment of the saying, "Follow me and thrive, oppose me and be annihilated." So, Di Tian watched in horror as half of his body exploded into oblivion. And the shock he felt was not hiding in his facial expression. But, it was not the end as Wang Wei went for a second punch. Bang! Di Tian's body exploded into oblivion, not leaving a single atom or piece of his soul in this mortal world. This attack was perfect, thought Wang Wei. It reached the limit of mortality. After combining his zodiac technique, his superb control of force or strength, and an ungodly application of his true will, his attack reached 39 infant fiend god force, which is the limit for a mortal body. If it were in an ancient time when there was a third gate, he would need to open at 40 infant fiend god force, proving the Tao with the flesh and becoming a third-class emperor. If what he learned from myths about the prehistoric world is true, the level of 40 infant fiend god force is what they called sanctification of the flesh. Wang Wei gazed in the distance as Di Tian's new body reformed. I think you should take a look at novel. Kumso, his bone ability is the same as mine. The fiend god bloodline mutated many of the latter's abilities, but it seemed the internal organ's ability to control elements, elementalize, and the bone substitution remained. Wang Wei did not hesitate as he rushed toward his opponent. Since he had the advantage, he would not let it go so easily. The black-red lightning in his eyes became denser, increasing his overall intimidation factor. Heaven and earth assimilation, Di Tian did not waste time and used his muscle divine ability. His body assimilated with his surroundings, taking on the property of the entire cosmic star battlefield. Bang! Wang Wei drop-kicked his opponent on his head, and the latter blocked with his hands. Di Tian flew a dozen meters away before stopping, however, only his arms were injured. Another strange and unknown technique, thought Wang Wei as he continued his offensive. He chose a barrage of attacks to see the limit of this technique. Bang! 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 His defense has drastically increased, thought Wang Wei. It feels like him fighting the entire world. He detected Di Tian's body to acquire specific properties: vast, infinite, empty, and natural correctional ability. All these attributes usually correspond to space. Did his body become a universe? No, there seemed to be a connection between him and the surrounding environment. Did he assimilate with the entire battlefield? While amid his barrage of punches, Wang Wei analyzed the situation. Meanwhile, Di Tian was on the defensive. He tried to find a way to counterattack, but the result of his attempts was more punched to the face as his defense weakened. Meanwhile, Wang Wei changed his true will with the desire to destroy the universe, increasing the potency of his attack as it directly targeted Di Tian's technique. Unfortunately, this method worked briefly as he only exploded the latter's head for a short period. He has improved tremendously in this battle, thought Wang Wei as he watched Di Tian regrew his head. The main focus of his attacks has been to infiltrate his true will into his opponent's body. However, Di Tian has been extra careful to block his attempts. And when they succeeded, he was ruthless and eliminated the part that had been infected before Wang Wei's true will had set in and done any damage. And his body, with the properties of infinite space, made it easier to remove the infected areas. Boom! Wang Wei punched again, but his attack did little to no damage. I see. The scope of his assimilation is based on how large the space is. His previous assimilation was the starry battlefield, but now, it should involve all the other dimensions. Things became tricky for Wang Wei. Such a technique should place a heavy burden on Di Tian's body and soul. However, with his fiend god bloodline, he should last longer than anticipated. As for the latter's soul, Wang Wei could already tell his primordial spirit had reached the level beyond jade quality. A prolonged battle is in my favor. However, Di Tian is the kind of genius with a terrifying foundation due to his long life. In this battle, he can make countless breakthroughs while under pressure by relying on his solid foundation. Time was on his side, but if he could not hurt Di Tian, the latter might take this opportunity. After analyzing the situation with absolute calmness, he made the appropriate response. He continued his barrage as if he was using the same tactic. Di Tian was now an unbreakable tank. However, he was slow as a turtle to Wang Wei, so he could only defend trying to come up with another tactic out of this situation. Splash! Di Tian suddenly vomited a large mouthful of blood. Then, blood streaked down his eyes, nose, and ears. How is that possible? He muttered before swiftly checking the reason. He discovered the strange power that was the combination of Dao will and willpower. His next tactic was to use the time his defense was unbreakable to analyze that power and see if he could recreate it. But now, he discovered Wang Wei had managed to implant it inside his body, negating his regenerating power. Such an injury was on par with when the battle first began. How did he bypass my defense? My senses? Could he have created a technique to make it invisible? Di Tian was partially correct. Wang Wei's method was simple misdirection. He divided his true will into two parts with his subtle manipulation. Then, he used one part to distract his opponent. So, while Di Tian thought he had blocked the first true will, he sneaked the second one into his body and hid all its fluctuation. After, he repeated the process until all the true ill could not be hidden and detonated them. If anyone from the upper dimension were watching this battle, they would be terrified. After all, Wang Wei had just acquired the power of true will, yet, he had such control over it. Such a talent was genuinely horrifying. Of course, these people would give up too much credit for him. The reason for such rapid improvement was the foundation he laid with his force control skill. I need a new tactic for this battle, said Di Tian, who realized his approach was wrong from the beginning, from the moment he lost the rhythm of the battle. Regaining momentum. Di Tian realized many things after his injury. The main one is that he lost the rhythm of the battle, making him follow his opponent's desire and only use his fleshly body from the start of the fight. His mindset has been influenced to prove to Wang Wei that he is better than him in the fleshly body department, thus only using his flesh to compete with the latter. And in that competition, I lost completely, thought Di Tian. He did not reach this conclusion because of his current major injury, but because of another observation he recently noticed. He's holding back while I was not, analyzed Di Tian. During the entire fight, Wang Wei never used the concept in his fleshly body nor transformed into his ancient desolate god form. Such a fact meant that while he had little to no reservations, his opponent reserved these things as final trump cards. So, what is my next move? Start using my Dao and go all out to defeat him? Such a move seemed the best, but Di Tian understood he was already behind. If the battle had a score, he was losing by 2. So, moving to the stage of fighting with his Dao did not give him any advantage. His tactic was first to weaken me, take control of the battle's rhythm while forcing me to reveal some of my trump cards. I can follow his plan and do the same to him. I need a category where I can win over him and regain the momentum of this battle. Di Tian's mind went on overdrive as it worked faster than any supercomputer known to future humanity on Earth back in the prehistoric world. The soul. If I can take advantage in a soul battle, I can regain my momentum. And such a victory would have great significance since he is obviously arrogant regarding his soul. Di Tian immediately knew this plan was viable. Simultaneously, he also knew this was a complex thing to pull. When I first met him, I peeped at his soul and was horrified. I cannot imagine its essence or origin. However, from the pagoda and my knowledge of him, his soul is not absolute. With the right aid, it can be influenced. Di Tian's eyes brightened. He would have never tried such a tactic if only he had a 9 supremacy foundation. However, to achieve 10 supremacy, he had to acquire an innate emperor soul. So, with such a level of soul, he felt his plan could succeed with the proper aid. He swiftly combed through his mind, thinking of the best illusion art he could access. The infinite layer illusion art, thought Di Tian, the emperor scripture created by the 10-tail emperor, the only great emperor from the Fox clan. After proving the Dao, many people believed she immediately left, but that was not the complete truth. She finished her emperor scripture but did not leave it to the Fox clan. Instead, she scattered it into the myriad emperor world, with the mindset that if the clan is destined, they will find it. Of course, her main objective was to leave her legacy behind. And in some ways, repay this world's karma for giving birth to her. However, the person who discovered it was one of their sleepers. So, it ended in Di Tian's hands. When it comes to illusion Dao, the 10-tail emperor might only be in the top 20 emperors in the myriad emperor world. However, regarding the uniqueness of her scripture, she is in the top of 5, even the top 3. All these thoughts flashed in Di Tian's mind at an alarming rate. Then, after making a preliminary plan, he began to act. He waved his hand to manifest a black river above his head. As soon as the river appeared, Tian felt a terrifying gaze with an uncontrollable desire. It was like a man who spent days in the desert without food, discovered civilization and received a proper meal for the first time. The weird thing about the sensation was that he was the food in that scenario to that gaze. Luckily, the situation was so brief that he almost thought he had made a mistake. And what he did not know was a few divine punishment thunder descended on the nether hell after he summoned the Black River. Wang Wei looked at that sea, feeling it was something he knew. After taking a moment, he recognized what it was. The Black Sea of Forgotten Memories, he murmured before his eyes went blank. Heart of Despair, Tian activated his well-crafted illusion before using the Black Sea to boost the strength of the illusion. The Black Sea of Forgotten Memories, also known as the Nether Black River, is a body of water usually available in all reincarnation stations. Before a soul can reincarnate, they must wash in the Black Seal, which will erase or seal the memories of their previous life. The Black Sea is a powerful resource. It is why cultivators will not immediately be born with their memories intact, and that includes paragons. Only a rare few can reincarnate and instantly remember the memories from their past life. They usually have to take 5 to 10 years before remembering, or, at the very least, wait until they reach the first cultivation stage of wherever they are reincarnated. And when it comes to people below the Empyrean level, it's almost statistically impossible to regain their memories immediately after reincarnating without any foreign aid like a treasure. And even amongst Empyreans, only Everlasting One who has understood their true self, have the chance of reawakening their memories as soon as possible. During his long life, Tian has washed his soul in the Black Sea of Forgotten Memories multiple times. And one time, he tried to steal some of its water and succeeded. His plan for the water was to refine it into an insurgent qi. As long as he had enough of it, it was possible to create an eternal Emperor-tier insurgent qi. The second option he had for this water was to either absorb or refine it into a treasure that could help better understand or control his samsara Dao. However, the water was of the highest quality despite the small quantity. So, Tian has never been able to put it to good use until he achieved 10 supremacy. I think you should take a look at this novel. Wang Wei opened his eyes, confusion written all over his face. Where am I? What was I doing? He looked around and saw himself in a cultivation room. He looked at his hands, face, and even dress. He had the odd feeling they were out of place. However, before he could analyze the situation even deeper, he received a notification that someone was outside his room. He used the jade talisman that controlled the formation in the room to check outside and saw a beautiful woman waiting for him. My hunger, he muttered with a heavenly smile on his handsome face. Then, he seemed to have thought of something, and his smile quickly faded. Soon, you will truly be perfect. He left the cultivation room, and an angelic body rushed into his embrace as soon as he was outside. The previous genuine smile reappeared as he held her tightly in his arms, not wishing to let go even if the world breathed its last breath. Hunger, what has gotten you so excited? Husband, your plan worked, replied Wu Hong, not hiding her excitement. Plan? Asked Wang Wei, momentarily confused. Oh, you mean we caught someone? Yes. Then, let's go see who it is. The two walked into another room, their arms linked even tighter than any karmic bonds blessed by heavenly Tao itself. Soon, they reached a room guarded by 2 guards with immense aura. Wang Wei and Wu Hong bowed to the guard. Although these people's status was technically lower than theirs, they were both immortals and deserved such respect. After entering the room, they saw a sloppy old man drinking and enjoying himself to the fullest. The elderly man looked like any normal mortal drunk, even worse, his appearance could easily distinguish him as a beggar. Fiend Eye Great Emperor, saluted the two with the utmost respect. Wire, Hunger, you came to see the big fish we caught? Asked the drunk with a smile. Even you're calling it a big fish? Asked Wang Wei. "See for yourself," said the drunkard as he waved his hand to display a screen. Wang Wei saw a large black cat with a long tail made of shadow and a completely white iris. "The white shadow cat," said Wang Wei in surprise as he recognized that creature. "It is an innate demon born from both the shadow and death energy between heaven and earth, making it the perfect assassin. As such, during this war, it became the leader of the innate demon god's assassination squad, killing countless geniuses and even emperors of the acquired side. Their leader's infamy has already reached the entire lower dimension as he never failed an assassination attempt. But now, he was their prisoner." "I didn't think we would catch him," said Wang Wei. "Although he is the one who set up this bait mission, he never expected to catch such a big fish. With your contribution to this war, your threat has already been labeled the highest by these people. So, they would never allow you to prove the Tao," replied the drunkard, who has not kept the battle down ever since these people entered the room. "It's not surprising they would send him to eliminate you." Wang Wei thought for a moment and agreed. Before creating his sons and a masterpiece like his wife, he created many other humans as practice. Although they are not considered eternal talent, many of them have the possibility of becoming powerful immortal venerables and Tao ancestors. As such, the innate demon gods have always been considered a threat on the same level as these monsters with the potential to become eternal supremes. "Will it be fine to leave him? These demons and gods won't allow him to die so easily," asked Wang Wei with worry. The drunk stopped for a while and gave him a look. For some reason, Wang Wei detected surprise in his eyes, followed by sadness, pity, and hope. He was confused why he could read the emperor's emotions so vividly. More importantly, he was worried about the source of these emotions as he gazed at him. "Don't worry. One of the supreme leaders is here." Wang Wei sighed in relief. For anyone to become a supreme leader, they must be an eternal emperor or have the battle prowess of one. However, his intuition quickly told him that one supreme leader might not be enough for this situation. Logically speaking, this was not the truth, especially with someone like the Fiend Emperor, a top first-class emperor. Furthermore, he knew another great emperor in this area was even more powerful than this drunk. Alas, he was still worried. So, he opened his mouth to say something. Boom! The room began to shake, and Wang Wei had a terrible feeling looming over him. Argument. With his keen senses, Wang Wei senses multiple terrible approaches to this location. How could this be, he muttered, since he did not expect such a terrible response from capturing the white shadow cat. Boy, you're smart enough to understand that not everything is as it seemed on the surface, suddenly said the old drunkard before taking a large sip from his gourd. Then, he stood up before disappearing from everyone's eyes. Wang Wei was not stupid, so he took time to ponder the meaning behind these words. So, a few seconds later, his face became ugly to look at. The Supreme Outlaw Trial, he thought, thinking about an odd conversation he had a few hundred years ago. Many people talked to him about the trial, leaving hints and clues for him to find the truth. After following them, he learned the truth. But not long afterward, he was summoned by one of the supreme leaders and informed that Heavenly Tao gave him a pass so he did not have to undergo the trial. So, Wang Wei focused on his creation Tao, trying to create the perfect life form between heaven and earth. However, soon afterward, the supreme leader summoned him again and told him to stop his work, otherwise, he would suffer the consequences. Such a warning was the only one, so the stubborn Wang Wei ignored it and continued his work. However, after taking this moment to ponder on the situation, he realized many of the odd and convoluted conversations he had with different people were their attempts to warn him of this impending catastrophe. Wang Wei raised his head to look at the floating formation before him. He stared at the white shadow cat and immediately knew it was the catalyst for his catastrophe. This would explain the Fiend Emperor's look, he knew this was coming. Wang Wei began to walk back and forth, trying to prevent panic from overwhelming his mind. Calm down, calm down, calm down, he repeated in his mind. Since it's a trial, there must be a way to pass. Although he convinced himself of these words, his mind drew blank as he tried to plan a strategy for this situation. Going to fight was of the question since he could sense the terrifying aura of the people outside. He identified the aura of at least 4 innate demon gods comparable to eternal emperors and countless other powerhouses. Meanwhile, on his side, there were only supreme leaders. "Husband, what is going on?" asked Wu Hong, her voice trembling slightly. She had never seen her husband undergo so many emotions in such a short time. Wang Wei opened his mouth to say something, but no word emanated from his mouth. "You don't have to worry, nothing will happen, I promise," he reassured. "Husband, if you tell me what's happening, maybe I can help," said Wu Hong in a gentle voice. The hesitation in Wang Wei's eyes deepened. His creation was the perfect creature. So, it was the pinnacle of humanity regarding look, talent, and intelligence. As such, she might have a good way to get out of this situation. However, Wang Wei shook his head. Firstly, he did not want to worry her. Secondly, he felt she was not yet ready to deal with such a situation. "Don't worry. If I need your help, I will ask," replied Wang Wei as he gently caressed her back. Wu Hong wanted to say something. But in the end, she only sighed after seeing the look in her husband's eyes. "By the way, are any of the children here?" asked Wang Wei, his face oozing with tension and worry. "No, you forbade them from participating in this operation." "That's good," he muttered softly. If he cannot survive this situation, he will feel better knowing none of his children were to go with him or see his demise. Wang Wei then began to walk back and forth. This is a habit he has picked up when thinking intently about a problem. Bang! The entire compound shook, waking him up from his concentration. He could feel more aura outside, and with each passing second, the looming danger he felt intensified. Wang Wei exhaled and took a deep breath, trying to concentrate. He knew worrying about the outside would not do him any good. Unfortunately, he found it very difficult to concentrate. Damn it, why couldn't I be more powerful? He was only in the law-body realm. Although his current strength was on par with Immortal Venerable Three-Leaf, his main focus was not on battle but on creation. The Heavenwell battle was approaching soon, so he had planned to retreat in a time formation to make up for his lack of battle methods. Wang Wei raised his hand to emanate a pink and purple color light. And from that light, he created a jade as white as snow. Without hesitation, he hung the jade on his side, and it immediately released a cold aura that made his mind peaceful and without any distraction. The effect of this origin ice jade is better than I anticipated, thought Wang Wei before waving his hand to create a large tablet. However, the tablet immediately began to fade as soon as it appeared. I need to hurry. With this enlightenment tablet, my wisdom, intelligence, and comprehension will reach another level. Maybe, I can find a solution. Wang Wei sat before the tablet and closed his eyes. A mysterious aura emanated from his body. However, less than 5 minutes later, the door disappeared, and he opened his eyes. However, Wang Wei could not control his aura, destroying the tiles on the floor. Furthermore, his eyes were bloodshot. "No, there must be another way," he said, his voice almost reaching the point of roaring. He waved his hand to create another tablet and prepared to try again. "There is no need to try again." Wang Wei turned to look at his wife, his gaze a little scary. "The only way for you to pass the trial is to kill me. I think you should take a look at 's novel. See Omicron M, how do you?" He paused as he remembered they were linked through their soul, karma, and even fate. So, when he is agitated and unable to control his emotions, she can peek at his mind and memories. "Don't talk nonsense," he said in a harsh tone. "You know it's true. When there is a will, there is a way," rebutted Wang Wei. "If you don't want to kill me, then there is only one way to pass this trial, you must." "Shut up," he yelled. "Don't ever mention this. Wang Wei ignored her and concentrated on the fading tablet. Meanwhile, Wu Hong looked at him with sadness. As long as you accept my imperfections, we can survive and live a happy life with our children. Without being perfect, wouldn't I still be me? She sighed softly before controlling her sadness. Soon, a sonorous sound echoed in the room as Wang Wei woke up, punching the ground. So closed. I feel there is definitely a way to pass this trial. He had a strange feeling he had passed this test before and could do it, but he was missing something. However, he soon ignored this weird feeling and concentrated. He created his third and final tablet. The tablet was a wonder of heaven and earth, and his creation Dao cannot permanently create it. And after 3 attempts, he had reached his limit. Alas, the result was the same. So, when he opened his eyes, Wang Wei had difficulty controlling his emotions and mind, even with the jade. So, he created a second one to double the dose. I need to get you out of here. You want to send me away? Yes, replied Wang Wei, frighteningly calmly. The trial involved me. So, as long as I die, everything will be fine. Have you thought about me? How am I going to live without you? Wang Wei was quiet. I'm sure it will be hard. However, you can move on with time. The only thing I ask of you is to find someone more talented than me to continue my work. He did not have any hope for her to revive him. With how heavenly Dao operates, he knew he would most likely achieve true death for his transgression of pursuing immortality even after being granted a pass. So, he only wishes to find a worthy successor. At this point, does that matter? Besides you and the children, it's the only thing I can't let go of. Wu Hong looked intensely at him. For the first time in her life, she felt resentment toward him, toward herself for not meeting his standard or fulfilling his desire. No, today, we will both die, yelled Wu Hong. Don't be stubborn, countered Wang Wei, his voice also raised. You are the future of the human race. With your talent, you can lead us to victory in this war after proving the Dao. Plus, what about the children? Someone must look after them. Why does it have to be? Why can't it be you? Wang Wei stood up from the ground and held Wu Hong closer to his chest. He placed his forehead on hers as he whispered, "My love, I'm begging you. Please, listen to me and leave this place." His voice was soft while also trembling. Why must you do this? Asked Wu Hong, tears falling from her eyes. I have never ordered or demanded anything of you. So, please, listen to me and leave. Live a long and fulfilling life, cry when you feel sad, laugh on joyous occasions, smile upon remembering your fond memories, and walk far down the path of cultivation. Please, do this for me. The sound of Wu Hong crying and their beating hearts echoed in this large chamber. Bang! The room shook again, and Wang Wei's head moved swiftly as he looked in one direction. Regret. Unedited chapter, that direction, thought Wang Wei. He detected the trembling originated from the room where they kept the white shadow cat captive. Boom! Boom! The sound of something breaking became louder with each passing second. Wang Wei used his divine sense to check the room and saw how the white shadow cat was in the process of destroying the ceiling formation. We don't have much time, thought Wang Wei with a severe expression. His first instinct was to run away, but he knew he had to do something, otherwise, they wouldn't reach far. So, he thought of reinforcing the array to buy enough time. However, he soon shook his head, affecting an emperor formation was behind his ability. In his early years, he studied innate formation to better understand the good fortune of heaven and earth, thus improving his creation Dao. However, he was still out of his league for things like an emperor formation. The heaven and earth rune mountain, suddenly said Wu Hong, and Wang Wei's eyes lit up. The human array ancestor refined a mountain made of runes as his proving Dao artifact. So, it was the perfect thing for this situation. Wang Wei no longer hesitated and waved his hand to create a towering mountain full of runes and symbols written on them. He immediately sighed after seeing this creation, as it was nothing compared to the original. His mountain was small in comparison, and its essence was nothing compared to the original. But, even such a false copy made his complexion pale, and blood dripped from his nose. Wang Wei waved his hand to send the mountain into the room where the white shadow cat was located, ordering it to reinforce the seal formation. "Let's go," said Wang Wei as he created an immense amount of life energy to heal his injury. The two flew toward the transmission array, and as expected, the battle outside had already cracked the formation. However, Wang Wei created the Heaven and Earth Rune Mountain to help fix it. He would love to use another method or creation to teleport him away from this situation. Sadly, his power was far from enough. Only by using this Emperor-tier transmission array and maybe even improving upon it would he have a chance to bypass the void blockage created by the innate demon gods. Without wasting any time, Wang Wei began to operate the mountain. He was now only focused on finding a way out of this place and sending his wife away. A few seconds into repairing the formation, he suddenly stopped and muttered, "Something is wrong." He looked deeply at the formation, trying to discover what was wrong. However, his emotions were fluctuating so intently that even the two jades could not help. "The formation," pointed out Wu Hong. "It should not be this fragile. And based on how it was destroyed, it's too abnormal, like it was man-made." "We have a traitor," said Wang Wei as he squinted his eyes. He realized someone was working on the inside for this attack to succeed. "I should have immediately thought of that." Wang Wei shook his head and knew this was not the time to be thinking about that. Now that he knew of the traitor, the situation had become even more dangerous and unpredictable. Who betrayed me? And why would they do it? As soon as he asked himself this question, a figure appeared in Wang Wei's mind, but he quickly denied it. It was impossible to be him. "Watch out," yelled a beautiful voice, and Wang Wei instinctively moved his body out of the way. A brilliant purple slash appeared in the location he was at. Wang Wei looked in the direction of the slash, ignoring his missing right arm. His body trembled as he felt like crying tears of blood. "Why?" he asked with a hoarse voice, looking at the handsome man with a purple robe, hair in an unkempt and wild manner, holding a pure white sword. "You should be able to guess why," answered the purple figure, looking at Wu Hong with tender affection hidden deep in his eyes. "You have pushed me so far," said the purple-robed figure, his voice containing a deep melancholy. However, he soon controlled himself, returning to his state of indifference. They met while fighting for a rare herb, but before deciding on the final winner, a bunch of other participants ambushed them. So, they teamed up together to survive the ordeal. And through this life-and-death experience, they became closer. And on a whim, they decided to become sworn brothers, making an oath that even though they were not born at the same time, they would die at the same time. Since then, their bonds have drastically increased, lasting for millions of years. They even made an oath to let the Heaven will battle affect their brotherhood. I think you should take a look at this novel. See Omicron M. I guess I should have expected this outcome, said Wang Wei, thinking about some of the strange behaviors of his brother, most of which appeared after he created Hunger. You should have. Fine, let's finally determine the winner of our battle, said Wang Wei, who had already created a new arm for himself. His body grew to a giant size, and the purple robe followed him. Their battle was intense, but it only lasted less than 30 minutes. Wang Wei stood above the corpse of his big brother, looking as the last light in his eyes faded away. The latter looked at him apologetically before taking one last look at Wu Hong. Then, he smiled before dying. Wang Wei could no longer control his tears. He knew his big brother's battle prowess was above him. The only reason he won was the contradiction in the latter's heart. Wang Wei looked at the blood in his hand as tears dripped down on the ground. His mind was almost in shambles. You had no choice, said a melodious voice. However, Wang Wei, who usually appreciated that voice for its beauty, cared more about its content on this occasion. Such 4 simple words brought hope to an almost collapsing mind. "Don't blame yourself," continued Wu Hong. "You only did what was necessary for our family to survive." Wang Wei took a deep breath to control his trembling body. He knew this was not the time to be weak-minded. So, he prepared to deal with the Di realm inside his body by discarding the infected parts and recreating them. "What a touching scene," said a cold and sinister voice. Wang Wei's face immediately paled as he glanced at the entrance of the room. He saw a large black cat with white irises looking at him with a playful smug on its face. However, under this facade were eyes full of killing intent. A killing intent so intense that it raised the room's temperature and prevented Wang Wei and Wu Hong from moving. "Little ant, you almost made me fail my first mission," said the white shadow cat. "The worst part is I had to use so many resources and connections to make up for my failure." Wang Wei's face was red as he was trying to move under the killing intent of this damn innate demon. However, even his mind was functioning at an extremely slow speed, so it was difficult to move his body, let alone control his energy or Dao. "Well, as much as I would like to watch you squirm, I know not to play with my food." The large cat raised his paw to manifest a colossal paw made of shadow. Then, without hesitation, he dropped it on Wang Wei. Boom! A brilliant light manifested before the two, turning into a protective shield. The cat showed slight surprise before looking at Wu Hong. "Worthy of the only perfect creature between heaven and earth," commented the creature who saw how Wu Hong sacrificed her soul, body, and even perfect essence, to generate that shield. "I heard rumors and theories that perfection was a taboo under the control of Grand Dao itself. Now, after seeing its power, I guess it's true," thought the white shadow cat, his killing intent even more intense. Then, he attacked for the second time. And this time, he summoned his innate bloodline artifact, which manifested in the form of a bell around his neck, boosting his power. Boom! His attack only destroyed the white shield. However, Wang Wei could not move, and he watched helplessly as Wu Hong's body dropped to the floor. "No," he roared as he rushed toward her. He held her body and could feel all her vitality was gone. He immediately used all his abilities to save her, creating all kinds of artifacts, energy, and even other Daoists to save her life. Alas, it was futile. "I'm sorry, I could not protect you," said Wu Hong, her mouth full of blood. She slowly raised her hand to caress his face before her hand dropped listlessly to the ground. "No, no, no, no," said Wang Wei as he tried to revive her to no avail. He looked at the sky and roared, his voice containing so much grief and despair that even the white shadow cat took a small step backward as it was overwhelmed. Muttered the cat, who was greatly angered at this ant that made him scared for a moment. He raised his head to look in a direction, and his face became grave. That aura, the heaven-opening emperor? Did this situation alarm him? The cat knew it was no match for the first and oldest supreme leader of humans in this plane. So, he hurriedly finished the job he started. Triggered memory. No, I'm too late. Wang Wei heard these words as his body, soul, and Dao were instantly annihilated. However, a soothing power seemed to have preserved the last remnant of his existence, buying him a little more time. However, he did not know whether this was a good thing or not. After what he experienced today, every second of living was the worst torment imaginable. Si Cha. The world broke apart, and Wang Wei opened his eyes. Where am I? What was I doing? He looked at the cultivation room before checking his body and hands. He had a terrifying sense of déjà vu. However, before he could better analyze the situation, he received a notification that someone was outside. My hunger, he muttered with a loving smile, his eyes brightened as he remembered she would soon be truly perfect. He walked out of the room at a brisk pace. "Hunger, what has gotten you so excited?" "Husband, your plan worked," said Wu Hong, full of excitement. "Plan?" asked Wang Wei. "You mean we caught someone?" "Yes." "Then, let's go see who it is." Wang Wei went to see the Fiend Emperor and learned about the White Shadow Cat. Then, he repeated the day again, reliving the pain of losing the love of his life. And according to the mechanism of Di Tian's illusion, each time he relived that day, his pain and despair would be increased tenfold. However, something occurred on the third time Wang Wei relived that day. The illusion broke off after watching Wu Hong die instead of after the heaven-opening emperor saved him. A terrifying will emanated from Wang Wei's body and shattered the illusion. Sadly, this was not enough for him to wake up, at least not so soon. As the name of the Ten-Tails Emperor scripture implied, her illusions contained an infinite layer. So, even if someone breaks it, they would just find themselves in another layer. And each successive layer is better than the former one, as the illusion could evolve and correct itself to ensure no one escaped its clutches. Rho alpha n d alpha s nu omicron v epsilon L mass fate would have it, in the fifth life, a reaction between the Black Sea and Wang Wei's soul occurred. The aura of samsara contained in the sea awakened some memories deep in Wang Wei's soul. So, Wang Wei saw something his mind was subconsciously trying to hide to protect him. It was eons of memories after the space crack swallowed him back on Earth. In an instant, Wang Wei regained consciousness as all these memories rushed into his mind. He made a swift decision not to immediately absorb these memories. He knew his soul would become sluggish and maybe even slightly injured if he absorbed all of them at once. And since he was in the midst of a battle, this was not a wise choice. However, he did peek at one of the core memories. To be exact, it was the last memory of himself when he was a mass of aggravated soul. The last thing he remembered when in that state was entering a white light. Then, he was a baby being stared at by a bunch of giants. However, Wang Wei finally knew what happened between these two events. He saw his soul forcefully enter samsara. However, he did not undergo the proper procedure to seal his memories, weigh his karma, get a proper identity, then reincarnate into a new life. Instead, he used his strength to skip all the steps, beating anyone in his way as he forcefully entered the passage of reincarnation. In the process, he realized his massive soul could not reincarnate in a normal body, so he forced himself to seal all his strength and memories. "No, it seems I preserve my memories from Earth," he analyzed. After living for so long in the void, it was odd his main personality was based on his memories from Earth. So, he deduced it was not a random event but a conscious choice he made, ensuring that personality would be the main one. That's not important, thought Wang Wei. Someone is not adding up. After reviewing his reincarnation process and using his current knowledge and understanding of the world, he found too many anomalies. With the way I barged into the world, Heavenly Tao would have detected me without a proper identity. Better yet, true Heavenly Tao would have interfered, given how I could not properly hide the aura from my paragon tier soul. So, it should have been alerted of my presence and dealt with me. I think you should take a look at this novel. Wang Wei knew true Heavenly Tao would not care if a mere paragon entered the eternal ascension world. However, with his method of infiltrating through reincarnation and being born in the lower dimension, he would have been identified as an anomaly and a threat to be dealt with. Furthermore, the 7 parasites and 2 sons should have detected my reincarnation because of my soul. Yet, I have a perfect identity that is recognized by the world. How did I survive? How did I not get caught? And who gave me the identity? He pondered deeply, thinking about countless possibilities. He used all his trillion spirit particles to use his thought acceleration ability. Could it be that old man, Hong Jun? Wang Wei frowned as he took a moment to check his memories to see if he could find something. Myriad Devourer? Is that what they call me? He saw some memories of people trying to kill him, and that's the name they called him. I am sure someone has been following me and helping me deal with the truly powerful people trying to kill me. With a brief scan, he learned many things. There is a high chance that person is Hong Jun. However, the chances of him helping me through reincarnation are not high. Wang Wei saw how after his soul reached probably the paragon level, no one protected him. After that, he suffered many injuries in battle and often had to run away. And a few times, he came close to death. So, his current theory is that Hong Jun stopped helping once he reached a certain level where he could protect himself. So, if it's not Hong Jun, who is it? Honestly, Wang Wei wished it was Hong Jun. He already owed the latter a great deal of karma, so it's not a problem to owe more. Furthermore, as of now, Hong Jun has shown to be an ally instead of an enemy. But now, there appeared to be someone else involved in his life, dictating his fate. And he did not like that, especially since he had no information about who that person was. For someone like him, there is no greater threat than an unknown enemy with little to no information. The only good news is that I know of that person's existence. So, I have a direction to begin my search. Wang Wei exhaled as he placed this new discovery at the top of his priority. Then, he focused on this battle. I was careless, I never thought he could counterattack through my soul and succeed. His soul has always been his strongest point. In his early years, he basically ignored it since he never had to cultivate it. Later, after many experiences and warnings from his wife and elders, he learned how to use it better. However, it seemed he never completely dealt with the arrogance he had about having such an innate mighty soul. As a result, he almost suffered. He opened his eyes and saw Di Tian bleeding while half kneeling in the void. The emotions in his eyes kept changing from despair, incomprehensible loneliness, and desire for death. Wang Wei's eyes flashed with the power of time as he saw what happened in the past few seconds. After placing him under the illusion, Di Tian did not immediately attack. Instead, he swallowed a pill, probably with the intent to heal his former injury and return to his peak. The latter knew he could not keep Wang Wei under the illusion for too long, which was evident with how the power of the Black Sea was consumed at an alarming rate. So, he wanted to heal as fast as possible and injure his opponent, leveling the playing field. And his plan worked at first, as his injuries were almost healed with the pill. Unfortunately, when Wang Wei's memories awakened, the illusion backlashed him. On the contrary, he experienced Wang Wei's time in primordial chaos as the myriad devourer. After spending eons in the infinite space, with the soul and mind of a mortal, his mind almost broke due to loneliness and despair. If not for Di Tian's long life and numerous reincarnations that tempered his mind, spirit, and will, his soul would have collapsed under these memories. I now understand why his willpower is so terrifying, thought Di Tian as he removed all these memories and their influence on him. Additionally, he used the remaining energy of the pill to ensure his soul was intact and not injured. There was a way. Di Tian was not surprised by the fact Wang Wei was reincarnated. When they first met at the academy, he sensed the power of reincarnation from his soul and concluded he was not a brand new soul and was probably a powerhouse with memories from his past life. Furthermore, the changes he brought to the mortals in the Dao opening sects territory have raised eyebrows for many people. After analyzing the changes, many people speculated Wang Wei had knowledge of another civilization and was recreating it in this world. However, Di Tian did not expect Wang Wei's past life to have such a terrible experience. Such loneliness is not something anyone can bear. Immortal cultivators of tier 10 and above live a long life. However, they spent much of their time cultivating and comprehending Grand Dao. As a result of their intense focus and deep meditation, they do not feel the passage of time. For them, millions of years can feel in an instant once they finish their cultivation. What they have to worry about in their long lifespan is how difficult it is to understand the Grand Dao source or the frustration that their cultivation speed is too slow. So, even a great emperor and above cultivator might not survive the loneliness Wang Wei experienced, especially since he was a mortal who did not temper his Dao heart or state of mind. Di Tian exhaled deeply as he finished deleting most of these memories. Furthermore, the residual energy from the pill alleviated the previous backlash. He stood up as he looked at his opponent, a deeper sense of respect flashed in his eyes. However, he soon became irritated as he saw the pity in Wang Wei's eyes. "What's with your eyes? Do you think I want or need your pity? I think you've misunderstood something." Di Tian snorted coldly, "You were lucky that the love of your life was strong enough not to be used as a pawn. Otherwise, your fate would be the same as mine." "You're wrong. Even if she were, I would still have passed the trial. And if something had happened to her, heavenly Dao, and the whole world, would have felt my wrath." Everyone watching this legendary battle felt a chill down their spine. They instinctively thought it would be terrible for this man to become evil. Di Tian was quiet. Dao overlords are scary not only because of their intelligence but because of their lack of weakness. To be exact, they know their weaknesses and can control themselves not to allow anyone to use them. The main point is these people are extremely cruel, both to themselves, their enemy, and the people around them. Acquiring the wrath of any Dao overlord by harming their loved one is the biggest mistake anyone can make between heaven and earth. Throughout the history of the Chaos universe, so many worlds or heavenly Daos have been trampled on by these Dao overlords. Grand Dao, the almighty ruler of this universe, has bled 6 times since its existence, and 2 of these 6 times were the result of Dao overlords trying to get revenge. "Tell me, if you were me, what would you have done?" asked Di Tian, wondering how Wang Wei would have passed his trial. "You have made too many mistakes I would never have," replied Wang Wei. "You only recognized you were in the trial at the last minute. I would never make such a blunder." Wang Wei sighed, shaking at Di Tian's ignorance. Although he understood that Di Tian now is different from his young self, regardless, the experiences and abilities of the two were too different. "I had a pass from heavenly Dao. So, why would I still think about that trial?" argued Di Tian, despite knowing he felt to see the hints other people were giving him that his actions of pursuing perfection were taboo. "Let me ask, during that time, did you know of the existence of true heavenly Dao and grand Dao?" Di Tian frowned, not understanding the reason for this question. But he still answered, "I did." His status was quite high on the human side, so he had access to many secrets. Plus, because of his pursuit of perfection, he had to learn various things. He could be called a knowledgeable scholar and even a sage. "Then, you should have deduced your fate," said Wang Wei. The Supreme Outlaw Trial is one of the fundamental laws of heaven and earth, trying to balance and restrict the overuse of the most powerful Daos ever created. It's something that Grand Dao itself has dictated. So, what makes you think the heavenly Dao of one world in a lower dimension could give you a pass? Di Tian's face became ugly. "Have you figured it out?" continued Wang Wei with a sneer. The battle between acquired and innate life was probably an event that would determine the protagonist of heaven and earth. It was a war that would determine the trend of the world. So, true heavenly Dao did not interfere when our world's heavenly Dao gave you the pass. However, what do you think would have been your fate had you proved the Dao and ascended to the upper dimension? Do you think true heavenly Dao would allow you to control one of the 5 supreme Daos without proving your worthiness? Di Tian did not answer since he knew the answer. "I think you should take a look at its novel. See Omicron M. So, you would have to take the trial one way or the other," continued Wang Wei. "Your best outcome is that it would lower the difficulty because of your merit in the war." Di Tian had a somber aura around his body. He had thought about that day for too long. He often dreamt what his life would have been like had he passed the test, had he made different choices, had he been wiser and more decisive, had he saved her. But now, he realized the future he always imagined was nothing but this dream. Actions have consequences, and karma binds and connects everything. The moment he chose to cultivate creation Dao, he was doomed to walk a difficult journey full of perils and uncertainty. And the people connected to him would be affected. Tian exhaled to calm down his rampaging emotions. You didn't answer my question. How would you have passed my trial? And don't say anything stupid like abandoning my path of perfection. Wang Wei shook his head after hearing this. Haven't you realized you've become obsessed? What is an obsession, and what is an unwavering pursuit? Asked Tian. You pursued becoming free and unfettered, the ultimate freedom. Tell me, would you be willing to give up your goal of becoming free? Of course not. Then, why is your pursuit a goal, desire, or ambition, and mine is an unhealthy obsession? Argued Tian. You're willing to do anything to become free, even sacrificing your life. But I'm the same to achieve perfection. Wang Wei looked him in the eyes, because my pursuit is not hurting the people I love. Tian clenched his fists, making the void tremble. It took all his efforts to restrain himself and not lash out. How do you think she feels when your pursuit involves rejecting everything else about her except for one thing? Your every word and action are essentially telling her she is flawed, not complete, and as such, not worthy of your love. Shut up, said Tian with gritted teeth. What do you know about us? About our love? About what I had to endure so we could one day reunite? Do you know the sacrifices I've made? Do you know what it feels like to live every day with a permanent emptiness in your soul? To live with a deep longing that can never be fulfilled? Tian's eyes were bloodshot, and his body trembled as he controlled his anger. I can see you love her, said Wang Wei calmly. But I can also see your actions are full of selfishness. The killing intent in Tian's eyes was uncontrollable, leaking into the surrounding. However, he soon calmed down as his eyes became cold and indifferent. I need some closure, said Tian, returning to a state like a calm lake without any ripples. So, tell me, how would you pass my trial? Why should I tell you? Here, replied Tian, sending 5 brilliant lights. Wang Wei saw they were emperor artifacts. Although of the lowest quality, they were still emperor artifacts. They could still be decomposed for their material. Without any pretense, Wang Wei waved his hand to put them away. If it were me, I would have sealed heavenly Tao and have her absorb it. What will that do? Asked Tian, not understanding how that would allow him to pass his trial. Furthermore, heavenly Tao was not so easy to seal or absorb, especially since its power was at an all-time high during the trial. To be exact, I would have stolen its essence, explained Wang Wei. The only true perfect thing in existence is Grand Tao. So, heavenly Tao, as an extension, will also contain some of its perfect essence. Once she has the essence, Grand Tao would grant her permission to exist and maybe even pursue immortal perfection. Tian became dazed after hearing this. So, there was a way, he muttered. Clash of Tao, Tian was briefly distracted. He had spent so many years thinking about that day, wondering whether there was a solution to his situation. And he often concluded that there was not, but now, he knew he was wrong. With Wang Wei's method, his wife would have been accepted by heavenly Tao, true heavenly Tao, and Grand Tao, thus having no problem walking on the path of perfection. And without touching the taboo, his path would have continued, at least, until he ascended to the upper dimension. He could have passed the trial and proven the Tao. With his creation Tao, he could have created countless geniuses, resources, and rare artifacts for the human race, preventing the war from reaching the point that most of history and civilization was lost. If he had succeeded, he could have saved his children who died, watched the others grow up, and, more importantly, had more of them. In a moment, Tian experienced another life, a life where everything went better for him. For a brief moment, he wished he could live forever under this illusion he created. But he knew this was not possible. So, he could only sigh and forcibly control his mind. However, no one noticed the slight tear in the corner of his eyes, not even Wang Wei. After he told Di Tian his method, he sensed something had changed. So, he looked around without finding anything. As such, he mobilized his power of fate to find the answer he wanted. He soon discovered that Heavenly Tao had changed because of his words. The latter recorded how he would pass the trial and prepare countermeasures in case someone like Di Tian is in the future. So, if some fool tried to use this method to pursue the path of perfection, they might suffer terribly, Wang Wei secretly sneered. Although he was in a good relationship with Heavenly Tao because of his status as an era son, he still disdained the thing for scheming against him for most of his cultivation journey. His pettiness when it comes to Heavenly Tao reached an unimaginable level. However, this was not the main reason he so easily and publicly revealed such information. He knew what kind of thing Heavenly Tao was, cold and calculating. Although he was the era son, if he lost the battle, it would not hesitate to abandon him and negotiate with Di Tian to become the new leader of the upcoming era. Normally, Di Tian would not care about such a thing. But Heavenly Tao still has his wife's imprint. With his strength after proving the Tao, he could forcefully take it, but there is still the chance something might happen to the imprint / as such, he would not mind taking less risks when acquiring it. Furthermore, after their last conversation, Di Tian's desire to acquire a massive amount of merit is probably one of his first priorities. After all, this method was one of the few viable ways he could revive his wife. Now, Wang Wei gave him a simple and more direct way: take Heavenly Tao's essence, and his wife can retain her mortal perfection. And if he takes enough, he can probably continue walking the immortal perfection path. With Di Tian's mindset and cruelty, why would he take the long and arduous path of leading the new era when he could take Heavenly Tao's essence? Knowing this, I have removed Heavenly Tao's ability to abandon me as the era son and chose him, thought Wang Wei. With that tile, although it cannot affect my chances of winning this battle, it can increase the chances of me surviving. And as long as he survives, Wang Wei has many ways to try to prove the Tao. As for the consequences of Di Tian forcefully taking Heavenly Tao's essence, he already had a few plans on how to make up for it. Furthermore, such an act would not be as easy as stated. So, while Di Tian focused on doing that, the latter won't have time to pay attention to Wang Wei while he tried alternative methods of proving the Tao. Afterward, he might even receive merit for stopping Di Tian and saving the world. Wang Wei exhaled slightly, looking at Di Tian. His eyes were calm, not showing the slightest hint he had just schemed against the latter and taken away a great opportunity for him. The latter had also calmed down from his existential crisis, looking at his opponent with a calm mindset. They released their aura, clashing together to build momentum. The entire cosmic battlefield trembled under the pressure, but none of them cared. They stared intently at each other for a few seconds before Di Tian was the first to attack Frowny Face 9 Samsara Fist, third fist, interchangeable of life and death. With this one punch, everywhere where the concept of life began to forcefully change into the concept of death, so, it concludes the few matter and energy scattered in the battlefield, the very spacetime of this battlefield, and Wang Wei himself. With this one attack, everything in Di Tian's path began to walk toward death. I think you should take a look at this novel. However, he soon squinted his eyes as he saw his opponent's attack. Wang Wei was using the same attack, only the reverse. So, while he transitioned everything from life to death, Wang Wei changed things from death to life. The ironic part is his opponent's transition was faster than his, thus rapidly nullifying his attack. Damn this bastard, thought Di Tian, his eyes twitching slightly. However, he soon calmed down and returned to his peak level of concentration. Since his time, one of the tactics taught by Heaven chosen to mess up with their opponent's mind was to copy their attacks and use them even better than them. It's a way to demoralize the opponent and destroy their mindset. After calming down and learning of the opponent's tactic, Di Tian could better assess the situation. First fist, last breath, he used the first fist in his scripture, a concentrated attack that focused on destroying all matter or atoms in his opponent's body. His application of Death Dao for this fist even touched the domain of Destruction Dao. As expected, Wang Wei used his Life and Death Dao to replicate that punch and easily countered it, making Di Tian squint his eyes as he figured out something. Without wasting time, Di Tian countered Frowny Face Fifth Fist, Soul Transformation. With this technique, Wang Wei felt the power of samsara working on his soul, forcefully transforming his identity from human to animal because of his low karma. And if that technique succeeded, his soul would drastically be weakened in the process and become incompatible with his body. He would then lose his mighty fleshly body and control of his laws because of the new and weak soul. Afterward, it would be extremely easy for Di Tian to butcher him. So, he easily stopped the process with his samsara law while also using the same technique on Di Tian, who also calmly dealt with it. I thought he only recreated the techniques I revealed during our battle. But now, I guess he found a way to learn my entire scripture and recreated them. For a moment, he thought there was a traitor in his sleepers who revealed the information about his scripture. However, he soon gave up this idea since there were many other ways to acquire the information. Let's see how much information he has, thought Di Tian before proceeding to use the same sixth fist of his samsara scripture. However, he used the new and improved version after acquiring the 10 Supremacy Foundation. Soul Summoning. Immediately, Wang Wei found himself in some danger. This attack once again bypassed the defense of his Sea of Consciousness and directly affected his soul. He saw 6 doors open inside his Sea of Consciousness, and each door was labeled with the words Ghost, Asura, Animal, Human, Heaven, and Hell. Wang Wei recognized these paths as the common ways used by reincarnation to determine how a person reincarnated. The ghost path is for ghosts or spiritual life forms. Cultivators who died while in their primordial spirit for a certain amount of time will enter this path after reincarnating. The Asura path is for people with too many grievances and hatred during their death, for creatures born with the ability to absorb negative karma, or creatures born with a negative concept as their core, like the Asura race, which was born for slaughter. The animal path is for animals, and the normal demon race. The human path is for normal humans and humanoid creatures, and the heaven path is for people who live a good life without sins, powerful cultivators with no negative karma, and innate life forms. Finally, hell is the path where people with terrible karma go after they die. The hell path is not referring to the place where souls are tortured for their sins. No, that's a different thing. After suffering in hell, these sinful souls will reincarnate in the hell path, where they would be born with terrible luck, making their life extremely difficult even if they began cultivation. Clash of Dao, 2. Unedited chapter. The 6 paths of reincarnation began to summon Wang Wei's soul from different directions. The suction they released was so intense that he felt his primordial spirit was about to tear apart. Furthermore, he could tell that if he entered any of these doors, his soul would be forcefully changed, just like the previous technique. So, it's an updated and better version of the previous technique, thought Wang Wei, who had conclusive evidence that Di Tian updated his 9 samsara fist. Wang Wei's primordial spirit resisted the summon or suction of these doors. It mobilized the power of samsara and closed all the doors. Then, the primordial spirit left the fleshly body, floating above Di Tian, gazing at him. An intense purple aura emanated from Wang Wei's soul, making Di Tian's heart skip a beat. He wanted to move and react, however, Wang Wei's purple aura contained a sacred nobility that froze the surrounding spacetime continuum, rendering his body immobile. Di Tian even felt his mind was working slower than usual. Wang Wei's primordial spirit waved his hand, and chains dragged Di Tian's primordial spirit out of his body. Then, like he was patting an annoying flying, he destroyed this innate emperor soul. Rho alpha n d alpha s nu omicron v epsilon elm cracks appeared on Di Tian's primordial spirit, but it was not annihilated as expected. Aein spirit world? thought Wang Wei as he discovered Di Tian had an entire world made of soul and yin energy. When he attacked, he directed most of it to that world. This was not the first time someone had used this tactic against him. So, he knew he needed to destroy that world as quickly as possible. With a snap of his finger, he eradicated the remaining half of the soul population that his first attack did not destroy. Then, he proceeded to finish his task. Alas, Di Tian only needed some time to react. So, when the primordial spirit attacked him a second time, the Black Sea of Forgotten Memories and an Emperor artifact made from Soul Grand Dao Source appeared to protect him. A second yin spirit world? Thought Wang Wei as his second attack did little to no damage. Then, he watched Di Tian's primordial spirit become a wraith full of anger, hatred, and grievances. It no longer resembled a pale phantom but a black creature with shadow-like smoke emanating from its body. It was now the combination of trillions of souls who died full of resentment after suffering incomprehensible pain during their lifetime. The wrathful spirit roared, shaking heaven and earth. It rushed toward Wang Wei with red eyes. A suicide attack? Thought Wang Wei, but he did not react. His primordial spirit is one the noblest things in existence, full of yang energy that made it impervious to misfortune, calamity, and evil. So, Di Tian's primordial spirit did not reach 20 meters near it before slowing down and slowly melting. Boom! A black smoke surrounded Wang Wei's soul, shrouding the place he floated in the void. A few seconds later, the cloud dispersed, and Wang Wei's intact primordial spirit appeared. He looked at Di Tian's body. Trying to corrupt my soul? No, it was a distraction. His eyes could see a new primordial spirit was rapidly being formed in that body. The primordial spirit is one of the weaknesses of all cultivators, so protecting them is always their priority during battle. And once destroyed, death is the only result. However, for people on Di Tian's level, such a thing is not absolute. Most heaven chosens have a way to instantly heal their primordial spirit in the midst of battles, maybe at a certain price. However, Di Tian completely abandons his soul after being injured by Wang Wei's true spirit. Then, he used his own soul imprint and the reserve energy from the yin spirit world to regrow it from scratch. And this time, he used all the means he knew to protect his soul and sea of consciousness. I knew his soul was terrifying, but I did not expect it to reach such a level, analyzed Di Tian. Only the people who faced the soul directly can know the horror of such power. It was like facing a god that can easily decide the life and death of all living beings. As a cultivator, Di Tian never had any awe or respect for any godlike mortals. In his life, he has killed many creatures who can be considered gods, amongst which a few even called them that. In the eyes of mortals, powerful cultivators are walking gods. I think you should take a look at 's novel. The closest thing he came to facing a god was when he faced heavenly Dao. However, as he grew more powerful and understood it better, Di Tian lost the awe it had. And with his current strength, he can almost sit on equal ground with heavenly Dao. However, today, he felt what mortals would describe as facing God. Swish! Wang Wei's primordial spirit returned to his body, making him feel complete. He raised his hand to summon a projection of the river of time. Time acceleration. Immediately, Di Tian's body began to age, rapidly turning into an elderly with few remaining lifespan. His face changed. Essence manipulation? He thought with an ugly expression. Remembering some events from his first life. Great emperors are immortal with infinite lifespans, they do not age, become sick, become feeble with the passing of time, or worry about lifespan. With such abilities, what will happen to a time Grand Dao Source user? Can they age an emperor forward to their death? The logical answer is they cannot and can only age them backward and weaken them. However, most great emperors spend yuan epochs cultivating, so aging them backward is an arduous task. 1 yuan epoch, 269 trillion years. With such limitations, Time Dao, as one of the outlaw Dao, has become weak to the point of almost becoming useless. But that is far from the truth. It is one of the outlaw Daos for a reason. Great emperors can be aged into death or even easily age backward to the point of returning to their mortal state. The reason is Time Dao can affect their existence to a certain extent. Although only eternal emperors cultivate their existence, all living beings have or are affected by their existence. Cultivating is a process of improving the existence and adding stuff with it. The first thing usually added to a mortal's existence is usually energy, slowly turning them into energy life form. Then, the next thing added is concept, turning into conceptual life forms. Finally, after proving the Tao, they added immortal and eternal essence to their existence, turning into creatures that transcend time and death. Meanwhile, Eternals added more stuff, are aware of their existence, and can actively cultivate it, unlike other creatures' passive improvement. Another example would be creatures like Heavenly Tao, which have perfection essence in their existence. As such, Time Tao cultivators can directly affect the immortal essence of Tier 10 cultivators and allow time to affect them like they were mortals. Not everyone can affect the immortal essence of Tier 10 cultivators. However, Time Dao is an outlaw, so people who can control it are usually extremely talented geniuses who have proved their worthiness. So, people who used resonance to control Time Grand Dao Source or people who used foreign aids like artifacts might not be able to achieve such a feat as Di Tian experienced the changes in his body. He remembered the lesson on existence and essences. He had to watch a recording of the Time Emperor's battle, an eternal emperor from another world. The latter was a walking catastrophe. Wherever he passed by, these innate demon gods, who were used to their infinite lifespan and believed the appearance of acquired life was why they were reduced to having a limit, rapidly aged into old and decrepit versions of themselves before scattering into sand-sized particles between heaven and earth. The Time Emperor was proof of how terrifying outlaw Daos can be. And from the fact he still remembered the latter, Di Tian guessed he was still alive. These things flashed in his mind in an instant. After achieving 10 supremacy, he could better sense his essences, and knew he could be considered to have peak mortal essence, or half-immortal essence. He used his samsara Tao, allowing his body to undergo a process of reincarnation. So, after his body reached old age, it immediately rejuvenated to his younger self, undergoing a reincarnation and recuperating his lost lifespan. Di Tian controlled himself to ensure he did not reincarnate into a baby or a younger and weaker version of himself. And his caution was the appropriate response since he discovered Wang Wei's reincarnation Tao trying to interfere. After rejuvenating to counter this technique, Di Tian knew it was not over yet, and the process might repeat itself. So, he surrounded himself with a bubble with his understanding of time Tao derived from his samsara Tao. The time bubble protected and isolated him from the effect of the river of time. Clash of Tao 3. Wang Wei calmly glanced at the bubble. He mobilized his time Tao, and with one intense look, he overwhelmed Di Tian's time Tao, and the bubble popped. However, the controller of samsara predicted this possibility. He knew he was no match for the latter regarding understanding and control of time Tao. So, he fought using his own field of expertise. He imbued his time bubble with one of the core characteristics of samsara, cycle. After death, people are reincarnated and begin their life anew. Then, they repeat the cycle over and over until eternity or until they can cultivate to the level where they can escape such a cycle. With his tactic, his bubble would reappear every time it dispersed, forming an eternal circle. Wang Wei reacted swiftly after seeing his attack failed. While standing in the void, his surroundings trembled, and a second Wang Wei appeared. In the next half-minute, more than 100 Wang Wei appeared, each with the same intense aura. They surrounded Di Tian, not leaving any room for him to breathe, strategize, or escape. Clones? No, this is a time-based technique, rapidly analyzed DTon. He summoned versions of himself from a few seconds from the past. Such a technique was scary as it meant that all those hundreds Wang Wei had the same strength as the original. Even though these time clones or remnants might not exist for long, they each can send a powerful third-class attack. So, DTon, who was surrounded, knew he was screwed the moment these people appeared. Boom! All the Wang Wei worked together, forming a formation as they attacked. The devastating blow instantly annihilated the entire cosmic battlefield. The space that Heavenly Dao purposely reinforced was like thin paper before the devastating impact of all these Wang Wei. However, Wang Wei and the time clones were unhappy after the attack. They all looked at the future and looked in one direction. After the previous destruction, the team now found themselves in the fire dimension. DTon used a technique called instant reincarnation to survive. In an instant, he died and reincarnated, developed, and grew to his peak state. This technique was one of his trump cards to survive life and death situations. His control over the river of time is annoying. With his Dao, bringing death to a concept like time is not a problem. However, his opponent summoned the river of time and manipulated it to boost his power. As such, the only way to rival him with his Dao is if he also summoned the path of reincarnation and used it to borrow its power. However, the path of reincarnation is unlike the river of time or the river of fate. It is more private and closed off, making it difficult for people to summon or use its power. Most people do know why things are like this, including DTon. The best explanation is that it's one of the fundamental rules that Grand Dao established. However, the truth is one of the 6 cardinals, the overseer of samsara, takes her job very seriously. So, she does not allow cultivators to use or mess with the path of reincarnation as they please. She often criticizes the adjudicator of fate and the judiciary of time for allowing people to have so much control over the river of fate and time. DTon did not spend too much time dwelling on the issue regarding the path of reincarnation. As he watched all these Wang Weis rush toward him, he knew he would suffer again if he did not do something. So, his mind worked on overdrive before coming up with a solution. 2 DTons appeared before him, releasing a strange aura containing time energy. This is, future Buddha self? Thought Wang Wei with squinted eyes. No, that one is. The second one should be the past Buddha self. The past, present, and future scroll was a unique scripture composed of 3 emperor scriptures, written by 3 different Buddhist emperors that were brothers. During his supreme outlaw trial, he received the future scroll, and the scripture has been an integral part of his journey to understand and control time Dao. Due to the benefits, he always wanted to acquire the other 2 scriptures and planned to use his connection with Fengheng. Furthermore, Wang Wei had this deep intuition that this book would become extremely important to him in the future. As such, he was prepared to get his hands on them no matter what. Although he never read these scriptures, he profoundly understood them. So, he realized what DTon was using immediately. He also knew that DTon was a Buddhist monk in one of his reincarnations that cultivated those 3 scriptures. And from the information the Oracle Mirror revealed, DTon only lost his battle in that generation because his soul awakened while fusing these scriptures, resulting in his sea of consciousness plagued by chaotic time energy. After the past and future Buddha self manifested, they turned into brilliant lights before disappearing. Wang Wei immediately noticed the changes in the current situation. The past and future, I can't access them. I think you should take a look at this novel. Khmer mobilized the river of fate and sensed a power resisting his control. Did he sacrifice these Buddha selves to seal the past and future of this battlefield? Wang Wei knew his analysis was correct as his time clones dispersed. Without access to the past, the clones could not stay in the present and dispersed. Do you think it would be that easy to stop me? Thought Wang Wei with a sneer. As soon as he had these thoughts, DTon's danger sense activated, and he surrounded himself with a yin-yang shield. Boom! Despite imbuing his shield with the cycle characteristic of samsara, allowing it to regenerate instantly, an overbearing power destroyed it, heading directly for his head and soul. He reacted swiftly by raising his arm in a defensive position and mobilizing his Dao will and willpower to boost his defense to the best of his ability. Tian flew a few million miles away before stopping. He looked at his hands, which were still in the state of indestructibility, and they were missing parts, without a single drop of blood spilling. It was like a pencil erased the missing pieces on a drawing. Destruction Dao? Thought Tian, confusion written all over his face. He recognized the power that did such terrifying damage to him. However, this was not the cause of his puzzlement. He could not understand where the attack originated from. Simple logic tells him his opponent sent the attack, however, he did not see, detect, or understand how this attack suddenly appeared. Is it time Dao? He could feel that he was still blocking the river of time, so he ruled out an attack from the past or future. Tian concentrated intensely, trying to figure out the ins and outs of this technique. However, Wang Wei would not give him enough time to think and plan. Tian immediately felt another sense of danger and reacted faster than the first attack. With one step, he traversed from the fire dimension to earth dimension. Tian detected a power that wished to eradicate his very fate, thus eliminating him from heaven and earth. No, worse, it would appear as if he had never existed. The scariest and most powerful aspect of fate, cause and effect, analyzed Tian, who summoned a book of life and death that manifested behind him. He might not be able to control all aspects of his soul, but Tian can control his life and death. So, his name in the book of life and death was erased, making fate believe it had succeeded in its attempt to erase him. Then, once the power trying to kill him disappeared, a pen appeared to rewrite Tian's name on the book. In an instant, he underwent the process of dying and being non-existent to living and having existed. Sadly, his tactics were not without repercussions. Tian saw that 60% of his body had faded as if he was disappearing. And the process did not seem easy to reverse. So soon? Thought Tian as he sensed another attack. He quickly calmed down and concentrated. He pushed his spirit, concentration, and senses to their limit. Furthermore, a small golden tree appeared in Tian's sea of consciousness, releasing a holy and noble light that nourished his soul. His observation, understanding, and analysis capabilities instantly reached a new height. Boom! Tian's body exploded into oblivion. However, he was extremely calm throughout the entire ideal. Death substitution talisman is a rare resource used by some emperor lineages to prevent their heaven-chosen from dying prematurely. Tian's technique is based on that talisman, so he revived himself less than a second afterward with only a slightly pale complexion. I understand, he muttered. He finally discovered how Wang Wei's technique operated with the help of the Bodhi tree. Clash of Dao, 4. Before his death, Tian became enlightened by the nature of the world. There is a Buddhist saying that there is a world with every grain of salt. Ancient sages preached how our every action has an effect on heaven and earth, some of which we cannot perceive or fathom. Before his annihilation, Tian saw many things. He saw a river of unfathomable scale. And even with his current power, he cannot describe its infinite size and wonder. From that river flows countless branches, like a tree with countless roots. The river of time, thought Tian as he recognized the thing, especially since his current opponent used it against him. The countless branches should be different worlds or dimensions derived from the river's main branch. However, what does it have to do with Wang Wei's technique? As soon as he had these thoughts, he was shocked as he saw a second main river. According to his understanding of the world, this should have been impossible. There should only be one primary river of time. However, he saw a second one. No, with the passage of time, he saw countless more primary rivers connected by a thin barrier between each of them. And each main river also had infinitely more branches. Infinite Trichiliocosm. This name popped in Tion's name, followed by the other names: parallel dimensions, parallel timelines, myriad origin realm, etc. All our actions can cause entire new timelines, entire new universes diverse from one of our many chances, he understood. Does that mean there are timelines where I made the right choice? Where I succeeded in the trial, where I fulfilled my dreams of walking the path of perfection? All these thoughts flashed in Tion's mind, making him excited. A new door of infinite possibility opened up for him. He now saw more hope in reviving his wife. Boom! Everything went black, and he died. After reviving himself, he swiftly calmed down before looking at Wang Wei. He understood the latter's technique. Wang Wei assessed a version of himself from a parallel universe and attacked him directly from that dimension. And since the attack originated from another time and space, he could not see or detect it. Something is not adding up, analyzed Tion. From my enlightenment, it seems that emperors cannot travel through the infinite Trichiliocosm, so how did he access it? Even with his mastery of time Dao, this should not be possible. While analyzing the situation, another attack arrived. However, Tion knew what to look for, so he did not have to rely on his intuition or danger sense. He sensed the very subtle spacetime fluctuations and tried to react. Sadly, even such an act only bought him a few more microseconds to react. Boom! Tion flew away with superficial injuries. I see. He created a contained parallel universe with time Dao and luck Dao. It would be too much to bear for Wang Wei to create an entire parallel universe with so many immortal entities in the myriad emperor world. So, he created a contained universe involving only the current heaven will battle. And in that universe, his parallel self differs from him by a slight margin. For example, he smiled on one occasion when he did not, or he looked left in that universe instead of right. A universe contains infinite probability and variables. So, to create a contained universe, he had to control these variables. Wang Wei used his probability manipulation from his luck Dao to maintain all the variables from the parallel universe. Then, he had his other self attacked from that dimension. His comprehension suddenly increased. And that aura seemed to be Buddhist in nature, thought Wang Wei before attacking again. And this time, it was a two-prong attack as his body in that dimension also attacked. Bang! The earth energy that filled this dimension became chaotic due to the sheer power behind that attack. However, Wang Wei frowned as he gazed at the Emperor artifact in the shape of a shield that blocked him. He did not care that his attack failed. His focus was on the fact that the attack from the parallel universe also failed. And after seeing the phantom floating above Tion's head, he understood why. I think you should take a look at Snovel. The present Buddha self, thought Wang Wei. He also sacrificed to seal the present. He sealed the river of time with the three Buddha selves, preventing me from attacking from the past, present, and future. Wang Wei calmly looked at him before making a clenching motion with his hand. The river of time fluctuated for a moment, the earth dimension trembled, creating countless space cracks. The power of time fluctuated from some of these cracks, indicating that people might experience different times of rapid aging if they were not careful and entered one of them. Wang Wei's actions seemed to crack the very fabric of the spacetime continuum in this earth dimension. Plup! Tion vomited a large mouthful of blood. Wang Wei's action was to explode his parallel universe. As a result, his present Buddha self had to bear the backlash from the attack and the river of time. The damage was so small? Thought Wang Wei as he swiftly figured out why. Tion seemed very adept at dealing with chaotic spacetime energy. So, after the explosion, he even used them to heal his present Buddha self. Wang Wei did not dwell on the issue for too long as he raised his hand to manifest a marble that resembled the shiniest diamond. To the untrained eyes, this marble is nothing but an ordinary creation. However, these powerful cultivators saw how it was created. Wang Wei folded the entire fire dimension into this bead. Furthermore, he seemed to disdain its short length and kept increasing its size using his space Dao. The marble flew out of Wang Wei's hand, heading directly for his opponent. Di Tian almost cursed out loud after seeing that small thing approach him. He saw how it was created and the power it contained. The current size of the dimension inside the marble was on par with the myriad emperor world. Although it was only an empty dimension with no life, energy, or even any rules, the sheer weight of the marble because of the size of that dimension was enough to do terrible damage to him. His first instinct was to evade. However, the marble had its own gravitational pull and ability to block the surrounding space. Seventh Fist, all things must reincarnate, nothing in the universe can resist reincarnation. The myriad emperor world will one day undergo reincarnation and might cease to exist. One might say that a great emperor has transcended life and death and does not need to worry about reincarnation. However, that is far from the truth. Emperors, even paragons, are immortals but not eternal. Death is categorized in a different way for them. Furthermore, reincarnation is not simply defined by the concept of life and death. One of the core of reincarnation is the ups and downs of the world, the changes from high to low, and the repeated cycle. A heaven chosen can be extremely lucky, acquiring numerous fortunate encounters. However, they encounter a calamity that can kill them the next day. Such an act is a manifestation of their bad luck backlash. However, it is also a process of reincarnation, going from the peak of their fortune to the lowest point. If the heaven chosen survives their calamity, it would mean they survive a round of reincarnation, returning their luck to a normal level. Using this core idea of reincarnation, Di Tian's technique attacked the marble. His objective was to force the dimension inside the marbles to undergo reincarnation, dying before reaching him. Sadly, he miscalculated. Wang Wei predicted his move and absorbed the power of reincarnation he used. Instead, he used it to create a nether world in the fire dimension, making it even more complete. Damn it, cursed Di Tian, forced to directly confront the marble. He mobilized all the power of his fleshly body and blessed himself with powerful innate creatures from the heaven path. Bang! The shockwave from the confrontation did untold damage to their current location. It was now completely on the verge of collapsing. However, neither of them cared about such an insignificant thing. Di Tian felt his arm was about to tear apart from the collisions. However, he remained concentrated and executed his plan. He used his attack to create a space pathway inside the marble. Rho alpha n d alpha s nu omicron v epsilon elm. So, even with Wang Wei's ability, he could not repair the damage as fast as Di Tian could inflict. So, he did what he usually does, explode it. Unfortunately for him, Di Tian predicted this would be his next move. So, he took preventive measures and was relatively intact after the explosion. Wang Wei calmly looked at him. Then, a scary smile crept on his handsome face, making Di Tian's heart skip a beat. Clash of Dao, v. Wang Wei calmly raised his hand, and black lightning from divine punishment thunder coated his hand. He punched forward with great momentum. Di Tian, who was a few miles away from him, prepared for the upcoming attack. However, during the entire process, he sensed something wrong. He did not forget the previous devious smile. Boom! Di Tian's upper body exploded into a pool of blood, leaving only his legs floating in the void. The process was so sudden that no one, including the viewers, knew what had happened. Everyone, of course, except for the person responsible. So, it was not completely successful, muttered Wang Wei with a displeased frown. Meanwhile, Di Tian regenerated his body. He looked horrified as he was also baffled by what had happened. Unfortunately, Wang Wei would not explain anything to him. He waved his hand, manifesting an enormous palm that descended upon his opponent. From this palm, Di Tian detected the power of death. He recognized it was the manifestation of every way someone can die: old age, disease, poison, natural and man-made disaster, bad luck, etc. Di Tian reacted swiftly as he summoned 3 defensive emperor artifacts from his vast collection. He chose the very best and most powerful artifact he possessed. Then, he used a secret technique that allowed him to use these artifacts to the best of his ability. With his 10 Supremacy Foundation, he should have no problem using any artifacts to the greatest extent of their powers. Unfortunately, he was only a mortal emperor, meaning he lacked the immortal essence of a great emperor. If he truly used the full power of even an artifact created by a third-class emperor, the backlash would consume years of his lifespan. He could lose more than 100 million years in an instant, and that's only a conservative number. Knowing this fact, Di Tian used numbers and secret techniques to make up for this flaw. He activated about 80% of each artifact, and through resonance, he combined their powers and created a shield on par with someone using the full power of an emperor artifact. Alas, his efforts were futile. Wang Wei's attack instantly atomized him. No, the process was even worse. He annihilated every aspect of his existence, including his soul and Tao. Still failed, commented Wang Wei as he raised his head to look at the river of time that had disappeared after Di Tian sealed it. Then, from the river, Di Tian appeared with a pale complexion. Is this the power of the 3 scriptures together? Analyzed Wang Wei. He saw that Di Tian's past Buddha self fished him out from the river of time and revived him. The Di Tian before him was technically a past version that existed before the palm descended and annihilated him. Wang Wei concentrated his eyes. He once tried to use his future Buddha in similar ways but failed. He had to use other ways to achieve similar results. This guy is really rich, sneered Wang Wei, slightly annoyed. After this stunt, Di Tian's past Buddha self should have been annihilated because of the backlash from the river of time. However, Di Tian used a time chaos treasure to withstand most of the backlash and, for some reason, made his future Buddha self suffer the rest of the backlash. While Wang Wei was analyzing the situation, Di Tian was doing the very same. However, he was not nearly as calm as the latter. The previous defensive maneuver was one of the best in his arsenal, but it was useless before that palm. The attack was similar to when he attacked across a different parallel universe. It completely ignored all my defenses. Di Tian forced himself to calm down and analyzed the situation. Otherwise, the fear of the unknown could overwhelm his mind. I've already made preparations against his time Tao. So, this should be an attack based on his other Daos. So, which one should it be? His mind worked on overdrive as he reviewed all the information he knew about Wang Wei. Although he did not know all the latter's laws, he knew a great deal despite the current state of his sleepers. It's either fate or Yin-Yang Dao. As soon as he concluded such a result, Wang Wei was already on the offensive. A Tai Chi symbol manifested above him, sealing the surrounding space. The Yin-Yang symbol rotated at an alarming speed, and from that rotation, Di Tian saw all the changes in the world, the changes in the seasons, the rise and fall of the sun and moon, the ebbs of spiritual energy, the ups and downs of luck of all sentient beings, and finally, the birth and death of all things in existence. After watching these changes, Di Tian found his understanding of samsara elevated slightly. He thought he had reached the limit of his Tao, but he was wrong. Sadly, this was not the time for enlightenment, as he was in great danger. The attack controlled all his mobility, including the speed his mind operated. If not for the Bodhi tree blessing his sea of consciousness, he would not be enlightened in this battle nor have the mental capacity to devise a measure to save his life. I think you should take a look at this novel. Kma's death crept on him. Di Tian did 2 things. Firstly, he activated his skin divine ability and entered a state of absolute immunity. Previously, he wanted to reserve the few minutes he had left as a trump card. However, he was soon running out of methods to revive himself and needed to save his life. Secondly, he also pushed his Bodhi tree to the limit to understand how this technique operated. Bang! The Tai Chi symbol ground everything into dust, and that included the entire Earth dimension. As such, the battle had now reached the metal dimension, a world full of weapons, ores, and metal energy. This place could be considered a holy land for sword cultivators or people who cultivate weapon Dao. However, the two participants did not care about such a thing. Di Tian's pale face appeared, standing above a mountain made entirely out of blades. It's a fate-related ability. But that's all I know. His face was not good to look at. The last attack removed most of the time he had left in the immunity state. Currently, he only has less than 30 seconds left. The only choice left for me is to use that trump card. However, if I do it without figuring out his technique, it would reduce the weight of such a trump card. A ruthless light flashed in his eyes. He looked at Wang Wei floating above the heaven and rushed toward him. However, what awaited him was another fist full of unimaginable power. Boom! Di Tian flew into countless mountains, his body breaking past them one after the other like they were thin papers. Finally, he crashed into a mountain composed of meteorites. However, such a dense and solid ore was as weak as mud to his fleshly body. Di Tian lay embedded on the mountain, blood dripping from his orifices and with numerous broken bones. However, his eyes shone with a quick brilliance. His attacks were fated to succeed, and nothing I can do can stop it. He had the answer to the puzzle, and it was the correct one. Deep inside Wang Wei's sea of consciousness was a book with the character, Destiny, written on the title. On one of the blank pages, there were 3 sentences. The divine punishment fists annihilated the opponent's body, soul, and Dao, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. The yin-yang grinding disc sealed the opponent's mobility, including his mind, before grounding him into oblivion. There was nothing he could do to stop it. The fist of destruction atomized the opponent, completely eliminating him from existence and preventing him from reviving by any means possible. Furthermore, he could do nothing to prevent the attack from reaching its target. So, it's really not yet possible to decide a cultivator's fate, especially one of Di Tian's caliber, thought Wang Wei, long expecting this outcome. Of course, this did not prevent him from being slightly disappointed. Regardless, it was because he knew of this truth that he did not call this technique the Book of Fate, and labeled it the Book of Destiny. It doesn't matter. I will consider this technique incomplete, no, a work in progress. One day, no one between heaven and earth can escape its grasp, even Grand Dao. Wang Wei immediately wanted to take this opportunity for a 4th attack. However, he soon noticed a new change in Di Tian. To be precise, something happened to the river of time as Di Tian's past Buddha self began to act. The past Buddha self appeared above Di Tian and waved its hand. Then, he summoned something from the river of time through a karmic link from Di Tian's body. Rho alpha n d alpha s nu omicron v epsilon elm boom. Di Tian's aura suddenly changed. This is, muttered Wang Wei with squinted eyes. Clash of Dao, 6. Creation Dao, muttered Wang Wei after sensing Di Tian's aura. Immediately, he knew what the latter did. He used his past Buddha self to summon his past self imprint from the river of time. Then, with his power of samsara, he acquired all the cultivation or comprehension before he died in his first life. Wang Wei could deduce that Di Tian's law altar had changed, manifesting the laws of creation. Normally, his actions would be playing with fire. But now, it's more like a gamble, commented Wang Wei. Normally, Di Tian would never be able to do such a thing since Heavenly Dao would immediately punish him, even going to extreme lengths to annihilate him. However, he did not have to worry about such a thing during the Heaven Will battle. After all, no matter the situation, heavenly Tao cannot easily intervene in the battle. As such, Di Tian can break the rules to an extent. As for the aftermath or the consequences of his actions, if he wins, he will be one of the most powerful eternal emperors the world has ever seen. So he can ignore the threat of heavenly Tao. On the contrary, it's the latter who has to worry about him. As for true heavenly Tao's response to the situation, as long as Di Tian does not keep his creation Tao and is only temporary, he might only suffer some back luck for his actions after ascending. Or, true heavenly Tao might ignore him completely, especially given its current state. In conclusion, Di Tian's actions are a calculated risk. If he loses the battle, he will die and only has to worry about heavenly Tao's possible revenge in his next life. However, he has been dealing with heavenly Tao's scheming for as long as he was alive, so it did not matter to him. He acquired an innate emperor soul in this life, granting him a few more reincarnation possibilities before his soul reached the limit. So, he has more ways to deal with possible variables during his reincarnation. Di Tian clenched his fists as he sensed the new power coursing through his veins. This power was so nostalgic and addictive. Things didn't go exactly as planned, but it's better than expected, thought Di Tian. His plan was to summon his entire body and fuse it with his body, trying to sublimate his 10 supremacy foundation to an even higher level. However, he failed and had to accept only summoning the imprint and accessing the Tao from his first life. Di Tian finally looked at Wang Wei with fighting intent. In the previous battle, he realized his shortcomings. To be exact, he realized a fundamental truth of heaven and earth: some Taoists are more powerful than others. He was so overwhelmed during the confrontation because Wang Wei's Fate Supreme Outlaw Tao outclassed his reincarnation Tao. The latter's Tao was more potent and had more versatility. More importantly, I realized why people need to pass a trial to wield the outlaw Taos, thought Di Tian with hidden unwillingness. Wang Wei's techniques were complex and ingenious. He suffered tremendously because he had to take time to understand these techniques and find counter methods. He knew how much more he would have suffered in this battle if it were not for his Bodhi tree. Meanwhile, my techniques are more rudimentary and less complex. After comparing their applications of Tao, Di Tian felt a little ashamed. After living for so long, he has long understood that he should not compare to the unreasonable monster-like geniuses like Sword Empress, Empress Wu, and Wang Wei. His ability to compete with these monsters is his long life and deep foundation. So, he calmed down and reined in his mind. Flame of Annihilation, with a wave of his hand, Di Tian created a purple flame that combined flame and destruction Tao. And as soon as the flame appeared, it melted all the metals and ores in this dimension. After a few seconds of its appearance, the laws of this dimension that favored metal were forcibly changed to favor flame, creation, and destruction Tao. He felt if he could catch it, he would break through his current bottleneck and make up for his imperfection. Sadly, the inspiration was only fleeting, and even with his superior mind, he did not catch it. Calm down, and don't worry, Wang Wei reassured himself. Although he had a feeling this imperfection might be the key to this battle, he knew that worrying and hurrying were counterproductive to success. As the purple flame rushed to him, Wang Wei waved his hand to create the same flame. The Dusk Emperor gave him his scripture, so he knew a great deal about destruction Tao. Annihilation is only a state of complete destruction, but it does not escape the concept of destruction Tao, and it's not some transcended or better version of destruction. Discs of Eradication. I think you should take a look at this novel. Dozens of purple discs manifested before Di Tian, each releasing a terrifying power. Eradication, thought Wang Wei, who instantly realized the core of the technique. A more focused form of destruction. He immediately realized the purpose of each of these discs. One disc wished to eradicate his body, the other his soul, then his Tao, mind, spirit, memories, intelligence, and even karma. There is a reason the 5 supreme outlaw Taos reign supreme, he calmly commented. Di Tian used creation Dao to control destruction Dao, and this should not be his limit. In terms of versatility and ability to control all 3,000 Daos and 800 side doors, creation Dao has a tremendous advantage. He analyzed calmly as a yin-yang symbol appeared behind him before entering his body. The universe is a process of yin and yang, and everything must remain balanced, forming a cycle. So, after destruction, there must be creation. Bang! The disc hit Wang Wei's body, but he was intact. Whenever the discs eradicate something, his body naturally uses the opposite concept to ensure balance. Wang Wei has to admit that yin-yang Dao was his favorite. He would have chosen it as his main Dao if he had not walked the path of fate. If he were Grand Dao and created the chaos universe, he would have made yin-yang Dao one of the supreme outlaws. Di Tian was not surprised his technique was not as successful as he wished. He knew this battle would not be easy, but he was at ease. His creation Dao allowed him to level the playing field to a certain extent. Furthermore, he discovered he could do much more with his creation Dao, and now he had the 10 Supremacy Foundation. Many of his previous restrictions, incapabilities, and limits were gone. His power of creation seemed limitless. Calm down, don't let this power go to your head, he reminded himself. Primordial chaos, with a single thought, Di Tian created a piece of primordial chaos. However, he soon discovered such an act would take too much of a toll on himself. So, he swallowed the metal dimension as material for his creation. Wang Wei found himself in a dark purple environment. Everything around seemed ancient, noble, and infinite. Additionally, a terrifying power was rapidly annihilating and assimilating his body. He protected himself with a shield, even boosting its power with his true will. However, such an act did almost nothing, reducing the speed of his assimilation by a small margin. The fate of primordial chaos is to change from nothingness to existence, filled its infiniteness with finite creation, like worlds, creatures, and life. As Wang Wei uttered these words, the river of fate manifested above the primordial chaos. Then, its strings vibrated, rapidly molding this piece of primordial chaos. A world capable of existing and sustaining life appeared in Di Tian's primordial chaos, and Wang Wei floated inside, perfectly intact. Di Tian squinted his eyes, pondering only for a moment. All worlds, creatures, and life existing in primordial chaos must experience the changes of yin and yang, the process of birth, aging, and destruction. They must experience samsara. As he said these words, Wang Wei's vast world that can exist in primordial chaos suddenly manifested the path of reincarnation. Then, it ages rapidly, reaching the stage where it will die, putting Wang Wei in danger again. Man will conquer nature, said Wang Wei. No life will accept their fate of destruction and will fight to their last breath for survival. As he said these words, the dying world birthed creatures. And those creatures studied heaven and earth, trying to prevent the death or destruction of their world. Their attempts appeared futile, but they served the purpose of their creation or existence, delaying the death of this world and buying enough time for Wang Wei. Clash of Dao, 7. Fight against heaven and earth. Against their fate, said Di Tian with a sneer. Most people have their life determined the moment they are born, doomed to be nothing but puppets. He did not hesitate to take a page from his opponent's book. With his words, he created something similar to the river of fate, controlling the destiny and fate of all the people Wang Wei created. As a result, 99% of the people who were trying to fight to prevent the death of their world stopped, accepting their upcoming doom. Only the remaining 1%, with determined will, refused to accept such an end. Sadly, such a drastic change accelerated the destruction of the world. Wang Wei watched all of this with calm and indifferent eyes, secretly shaking his head. He knew if he were more powerful, he could have created cultivators, allowing for more people to fight against this upcoming fate. Unfortunately, his current ability can barely allow him to create life, but it cannot create a complete world with spiritual power and laws that allow cultivation. Regardless, watching these people struggling to escape their fate and most of them abandoning such pursuit and leaving only a few to continue greatly benefited his understanding of fate Tao. Plus, he only needed them to buy enough time to save his life, and he succeeded. He waved his hand to manifest the yin-yang Tai Chi symbol. The symbol rotated, rapidly evolving into something more complex. Yin-yang, Taiji, evolving into Wuji, muttered Di Tian, and he was correct. After watching Zhang Yuqing's battle with Monk Wuji, he learned about the benefit of understanding Wuji Dao to his fleshly Buddhist concept of nothingness, so he designated time to evolve his yin-yang law into Wuji when needed. So, during this battle, he used Wuji to imbue his body with one of the properties of primordial chaos, infinite. After his body attained that property, he did not care for the destruction of that world. The power of primordial chaos can no longer assimilate him, and Di Tian knew of this. So, he chose a different approach. He took the primordial chaos he created and molded it into something else. A golden river manifested above the sky of the water dimension, releasing an unknown and fierce fluctuation. Wang Wei squinted his eyes as he looked at that river. The river of freedom, he commented, already deducing Di Tian's plan. He created or copied the river of fate module to create the river of freedom, the antithesis of his fate Tao. Sadly, you're mistaken. Wang Wei pointed his finger to manifest the river of fate, which proceeded to release countless strings that entered the golden river. Plouch! Di Tian vomited a small mouthful of blood as Wang Wei instantly took control of his river of freedom, inducing a backlash. Then, Wang Wei opened his mouth and swallowed that river. Mysterious charms or Dao rhymes emanated from his body as his pseudo or incomplete Dao body became more complete. He once absorbed the river of fate from the heavenly abode world. Now, with this river of freedom, his foundation became deeper. Although his strength did not increase by much, his future potential had drastically increased. Di Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth while trying to control his anger. Nothing is more outrageous than when your enemy uses your ability to increase their strength. However, he was a wise person to know when to learn from a situation. So, after this experience, he had some ideas. Since Wang Wei can use such a method to perfect his Dao body and foundation, he can follow in his footsteps. After this battle, he will enter one of the branches of samsara and use its power to strengthen his Dao body. Heavenly Dao Eye, Di Tian acted swiftly as he created a third eye on his forehead. Immediately, his temperament changed, he became cold, indifferent, noble, and almighty. His eyes penetrated all secrets, truths, and mysteries between heaven and earth. Di Tian became the embodiment that knowledge is power. Wang Wei immediately became serious. He knew the importance of information or knowledge. Although Heaven Dao appeared to be the most useless and weakest among the 5 supreme outlaw Dao, he knew this was far from the truth. Knowledge is power is not just a saying. If a mortal has all the knowledge in the universe, they could easily plan the death of a paragon. The supreme outlaw Daoists stood at the pinnacle of all Daoists because it's easier for them to affect all other Daoists. Greater chaos is the embodiment of all Daoists, fate can control all Daoists, creation Dao can create all Daoists, destruction can eradicate all Daoists, and Heaven Dao allows someone to know about all Daoists. I think you should take a look at this novel. For example, if someone practices Heaven Dao and knows everything about a specific person, it is the same as knowing their fate. In some of the novels Wang Wei read on Earth, some protagonists control fate Dao by using a quantum computer that can calculate all variables in the universe, thus knowing the destiny of everything in existence. So, he knew the horror of Heaven Dao. Wang Wei immediately acted after knowing what Di Tian had done. Order, all information about me will be hidden. Disorder, as a price, I will lose the corresponding spiritual power. As soon as Wang Wei used his order disorder Dao, Di Tian frowned. His purpose in using Heaven Dao was to know how to defeat his opponent through knowledge. However, things seemed to have failed before even beginning. With his heavenly eye, he saw what the specific order and disorder Wang Wei used to block him. He also saw trying to circumvent the restrictions as useless because his opponent's spiritual power was so vast that it seemed infinite. He seemed to be connected to this source of infinite spiritual power. Although there is a seal to this source, it was only there because Wang Wei did not want to remove it. Di Tian decided to no longer focus on such a thing that served no purpose in helping him win this battle. He looked around, processing all the information and knowledge he knew. In a very short time, he created the next tactic that would help him win this battle. He waved his hand to manifest a very complex formation. Then, a colossal hand descended on Wang Wei from the formation, making his facial expression grave. For the first time since this battle started, he felt death approaching him. So, he did not hesitate to use whatever means available to protect himself. He summoned his Proving Dao artifact and copied Tong Rubing's artifact by turning it into a jewel in his forward that boosted all his abilities. Rho Alpha N D Alpha S Nu Omicron V Epsilon L Omicron M, 5 elements shield. Yin Yang can evolve the 5 elements, and his body is perfectly balanced with the 5 elements. So, he used this layer of shield to block this attack. Wuji Shield, using the characteristic of infinite to swallow the attack. After all, the attack has to pass through infinite before reaching him. However, Wang Wei was not finished. Infinite space, he added another layer of infinity by using his space Dao to create an infinite space between himself and the attack. Wang Wei did not care that he was shameless and copied this technique from his past life. Time acceleration shield, the attack will pass through a time acceleration domain, meaning millions of years will have passed before reaching him. And after so long, most of its strength would have been corroded with the passage of time. Death shield, the attack will die before reaching its destination. Life shield, the attack will change into life energy that heals him as it passes through that layer. Karma shield, he chose someone who is connected to him by karma to bear some of the attacks for him. And without hesitation, Wang Wei chose his ancestor, Sword One. Anyway, he knew she would not mind nor be affected. Luck shield, whatever needs to happen to ensure this attack is not successful or is weakened as much as possible will happen after passing through that shield. Destiny and Fate shield, this shield is applied to Wang Wei himself. It blessed him with the destiny and fate to survive this encounter. Freedom shield, another shield that applied blessing to himself. He blessed him to be free from death, injury, and attacks. The final layer of protection he created used his secondary Daoist, which includes Soul Shield, Array Shields, Talisman Shield, and pills that strengthen defense, increased regeneration, and a variety of life-saving methods. Boom! The towering hand still landed on Wang Wei despite all his protections. The power it released was devastating, annihilating both the water and wood dimension, leaving Di Tian standing in the Yin dimension. Such power was beyond anything his own power could ever reach, shocking all the watchers of this battle. Everyone already knew this Heaven Will battle would be legendary, but they never thought it would reach such a height. Playing dirty. The dust settled, and Wang Wei appeared at the center of the previous attack. His body was in terrible shape, leaving only his upper torso, blood dripping from all parts of his body. However, he did not care since he survived that terrible attack, even at the cost of severe damage to his soul. The good news is I prevent his Dao will and will manifestation from entering my body. The bad news is there is a terrifying aura that has similar effects left in my soul. Wang Wei already analyzed the essence of such a terrible attack. Di Tian used his knowledge to create a terrible formation that borrowed the strength of heavenly Dao itself. Such a thing should not be easily accomplished, even with the control of Heaven Dao. However, heavenly Dao created the current battlefield, thus, the environment retained some of its aura. Such a small aura could not even be detected by someone as keen as Wang Wei, let alone Di Tian. However, with Di Tian having knowledge of most secrets of heaven and earth, he knew of its existence. So, he used that remaining aura to leverage heavenly Daoist power. That attack reached beyond the limit of the third-class emperor. It probably reached 10 to 11% Grand Dao source. For a moment, he was scared. If he had not acted swiftly and used all his Dao to reduce the power of that attack, he would have been annihilated. Furthermore, he guessed heavenly Dao intervened and reduced the amount of power Di Tian could use. Crack. A cracking sound echoed inside Wang Wei's sea of consciousness, making the space tremble slightly. Without hesitation, he opened the seal from his time as the myriad devourer. An intense amount of spiritual power appeared in his sea of consciousness. He did not hesitate to use them to remove heavenly Dao's aura before repairing his primordial spirit. Finally, he used the rest of the spiritual power and converted it into life energy to regenerate his missing limbs. Wang Wei then gazed at Di Tian, who was breathing heavily. He was not surprised by his state since using such borrowed power was not easy. It should have placed a heavy burden on his soul and body to control that formation. Wang Wei believed there should have been some backlash for using that formation. However, with Di Tian's knowledge, he should know how to remove or reduce its effect. Creation Dao, it's worthy of its spot as one of the best, thought Wang Wei with a sneer. He mobilized his Dao frowny face order. Only people who have passed their trial can control any outlaw or supreme outlaw Dao. Disorder, none required since I'm only reinforcing the fundamental rules of heaven and earth. As soon as Wang Wei finished, the rules or laws between heaven and earth changed. From now on, no one who did not pass the trial can use any of the Daos. As expected, the person who suffered was Di Tian. His aura changed as he lost access to the power of creation. His heavenly Dao eye disappeared, and the creation law in his law altar disappeared. However, this was not the full extent of his suffering. His samsara Dao was one of the outlaw Dao, but he could only use it because of his status as father of emperors. So, under Wang Wei's order technique, he discovered its power was drastically decreased. For some reason, it was not completely erased, but its current scale was less than 1,000th of its previous power. At this rate, I would die and lose this battle, thought Di Tian, oddly remaining calm despite his current predicament. Is it time to reveal that trump card? He pondered. No, my intuition tells me something unexpected might happen if I use it early. Furthermore, if I do, I should kill him as swiftly as possible. As a powerful cultivator, he knew to trust his instinct since it was a manifestation of his control of his destiny. In that case, I have to use my backup plan. I have a gift for you, suddenly said Di Tian, making Wang Wei frown. He immediately felt something wrong but did not feel any danger. However, nothing good could come out of the upcoming situation. Di Tian waved his hand to manifest a strange and complicated rune. Swish. I think you should take a look at this novel. Kma bright light flashed before him, summoning something. Immediately, Wang Wei released a terrible killing intent that made even the Yin dimension 100 times colder. You don't want to do this. But I do, replied the Samsara Lord with a sneer. Meanwhile, Wang Wei's eyes became colder by the second. Release him, and you don't have to suffer my wrath. Oh, I'm so scared, replied Di Tian, refusing to admire. His heart skipped a beat. Then, he calmly looked at the captured Li Jun. I'm sure you're wondering how I got to him. When he went to get the war talisman, replied Wang Wei, not giving him the satisfaction of showing off. He figured out many things and placed many pieces together in such a short time. He once found the behavior of some of his ancestors strange. He asked, but everyone denied it and said some other stuff occupied them. Wang Wei did not pay much attention to them. After all, these people have lived a long life and have many secrets. So, heaven knows why they behaved the way they did. But now, He knew why. They knew of the things Di Tian left on Li Jun's body but did not tell him. They probably argued about whether they should do so and intervened. However, given the precedents Qiyuan and Sword Empress left behind to cultivate genius in the most cruel way possible, he was not surprised they remained quiet. Furthermore, if they told him, Heavenly Tao would consider their actions as interfering in the Heaven-Will battle, leading to severe consequences. Wang Wei took a deep breath to calm down, trying to assess the situation and find a way out. Yes, I should know someone like you could deduce the truth even with limited information, said Di Tian calmly. However, I should warn you not to make any movements that I can interpret as suspicious. We don't want anything to happen, don't we? Wang Wei gazed at him. So far, our battle has only been a battle of Tao, for the sole chance at transcending time and death. If you do this, everything now will be personal. As I previously said, things become personal the moment you destroy my sleepers, replied Di Tian with a cold face. They were the only true family I had left. They were a symbol of my past, a representation of all my suffering through countless reincarnations. But you killed 95% of them. So, this battle has long been personal. I have met your wife, uttered Wang Wei. She made a deal with me to spare your life if I was the final winner of this battle. And since I owe her karma, I intend to keep my word. But if you do this, there is no turning back. Your arrogance disgusts me, said Di Tian. Do I need you to let me survive? Wang Wei released his clenched fists. Anyone who knows him can understand the calmer he is, the angrier he is. And the scarier he becomes. According to his previous plan, even if he wins this battle, he would not annihilate Di Tian's soul and allow him to continue to reincarnate. He could probably survive another 9 rounds of samsara with his new and improved soul quality. Furthermore, depending on how much help his perfect foundation grants him, he even plans to help his wife repay the karma of giving him and Wuhong her understanding of perfection. However, now, his mind was only full of anger, brutality, and savagery. He did not like this side of him since it's easier to get out of control. But now, he could not care about such a thing. What exactly do you want? He asked, his aura and temperament even calmer than before. His subtle change made Di Tian frown as he felt a terrible volcano, slowly dormant and prepared to explode with a catastrophic result. However, it was too late to return, and he did not wish to. He will win this battle, no matter what he has to do or how far he has to go. Great question, he said. You have 2 choices. Choice 1, forfeit this battle, and I will release him. Choice 2, abandon your long brotherhood and watch him die. Show him that your pursuit of Tao means more to him than your so-called bond. Now, make your choice. (875) Unhinged. Wang Wei further opened the seal of his memories and spiritual power from his second life as the Myriad Devourer. After accessing this massive source of spiritual power, he mobilized his soul Tao to cast a terrifying illusion. Di Tian immediately tried to resist. However, his samsara Tao was still in a weakened state because of the previous order-disorder technique. Furthermore, he discovered even by changing his previous 3 Emperor artifacts to ones designed explicitly with soul or protection Grand Tao source, he could not stop the illusion. Then, his nightmare began. Where am I? Asked Di Tian, looking around. He saw he was in a brightly lit room, and his arms were chained. He tried to break them, mobilizing his overwhelming power to break free. Alas, he discovered the ability of these chains was beyond his capabilities. Oh, you're awake, suddenly said a voice that drew Di Tian's attention. He saw a handsome young man with silver-gray hair and eyes enter this dungeon-like room. Wang Wei? Why are you here? What have you done to me? He asked coldly. His memories were foggy, but he suddenly remembered he was in a terrible battle with the person before him, and he seemed to have lost. None of that matters, said Wang Wei, his eyes colder than anything Di Tian has seen in his life. Suddenly, he had a terrible omen. "I have a surprise for you," said Wang Wei before clapping his hand. Then Di Tian's eyes almost popped. He saw his wife, Xiao Ning, in all perfection and glory, slowly walking into the room before standing behind Wang Wei like an obedient puppy. She looked at him with a blushing face and sparkling eyes. "Ninger, what are you doing here? Why are you looking at him like this?" However, she paid him no mind and only looked at the ground shyly. Di Tian could sense some sort of anticipation from her. "What? I hope you enjoy the show," said Wang Wei with a sneer. Then, he waved his hand to create a barrier that seemed to isolate sound. Finally, he turned to Xiao Ning and slowly undressed. While she was shy, he was far from it. On the contrary, he seemed adept at removing her clothes. Without hesitation or pause, Wang Wei removed his clothes before placing Xiao Ning on the floor. Soon afterward, a pleasant sound echoed in the room, followed by the Dao rhyme of Yin Yang. "No!" screamed Di Tian, the sounds of chains rattling reverberating in this dungeon. Sadly, his voice could not penetrate the barrier, but he could hear everything on the other side. For the next few hours, his screams became embedded in the very foundation of the room. Unfortunately, nothing he did would stop what he was forced to watch. Di Tian tried to close his eyes and closed off his other senses. However, her moaning voice penetrated deep into his soul. Somehow, the voice without any visuals made the experience even worse. Di Tian felt his sanity rapidly slipping into an endless abyss with each passing second. His mind fractured and was on the verge of collapse. The only thing keeping him sane or even alive was his hatred and the constant reminder that this was not real. However, the truth was before him, and no matter what he did, he could not break out of this illusion. Wang Wei put his clothes back on. "How do you like my show?" "I will kill you," roared Di Tian, trying to catch Wang Wei by the throat. His hands were only a few centimeters from his target, but the chains did not provide him with any more mobility. Wang Wei calmly watched him, not even batting an eye when he was this close. Instead, he sneered, "This is just the beginning." He walked away, and with a snap of his finger, the sleeping Xiao Ning floated in the air to follow him. The next day, Wang Wei appeared in the dungeon and put on another show for Di Tian. "I swear, she is sweeter than yesterday," said Wang Wei, creepily licking his lips as he put on his clothes. "Is this the characteristics of a perfect creature? She gets firmer instead of looser. TCH, no wonder you were so infatuated." Arf. Di Tian released a bestial growl as his eyes turned to bloodshed. His palms were bleeding as he dug his nails into them. However, his physical pain was nothing compared to the psychological one. "There is no need to get riled up," said Wang Wei with a smirk. "Today is only the second day. We have plenty of time. Don't worry. I promise to make things memorable for you." Wang Wei walked away, ignoring the growling and the clinking sounds of the chains. The next day, he returned and performed the same show. "I think you should take a look at this novel. See Omicron M, I was right. This little goblin is getting better. I didn't think I would one day have to worry whether my kidneys could keep up," said Wang Wei with a lewd smile. "Why?" asked Di Tian, his voice full of hatred, anger, sadness, and unwillingness. He had a defeatist aura or atmosphere around him. "Why are you doing this?" Wang Wei looked at him with his cold eyes. "You might not remember our battle, but during it, you took away something I love dear. So, as punishment, I will torture you until the end of time. I will slowly break your spirit, repair it, and continue the cycle. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. I have plenty more in store for you." Wang Wei walked away. On the fourth day, after finishing his show, he saw Di Tian's hair had turned all white, and his spirit reached the lowest level. However, he only glanced at him before continuing the cycle. After a month, Di Tian knelt on the ground, begging to stop. He offered countless conditions, even his eternal servitude. All he wanted was for you to stop and give him back his Ninger. However, Wang Wei only looked at him with cold gazes. This was just the beginning. After 3 months, Di Tian begged again. However, he was begging for his life this time. He asked Wang Wei to release him from suffering by killing him and showing him mercy. He had tried to end his life, but the restrictions on the chains prevented him from succeeding. So, all he wanted was relief. You don't deserve my mercy since you brought this upon yourself. Di Tian suddenly felt an intense hatred, not toward Wang Wei, but toward himself. He did not know what he did to bring on such a vile form of torture, but he hated his former self for pushing things to such an extent. For a brief moment, he felt he might have deserved such a harsh punishment for whatever it was he did. After 6 months of this constant torture, Di Tian's spirit could no longer take it and was on the verge of collapsing. However, Wang Wei released a large quantity of spiritual power to keep his last sanity intact. Like I said, this was just the beginning, said Wang Wei with a sneer. The next day, something changed. A third person appeared with Wang Wei and Xiao Ning. Big brother Xiao Feng, said Di Tian, looking at the purple-robed youth before him. He seemed to have thought about what was going to happen, and he yelled, "No, no, no, you can't do this." "But I can, and I will," said Wang Wei, sneering. "I have gone to extreme lengths to revive him. Now, enjoy the show." Rho Alpha and D Alpha S Nu Omicron V Epsilon Elm. For the next 6 months, Di Tian watched the women he loved being defiled by his former big brother, who betrayed him. The mental torment broke his psyche. On the second day Xiao Feng had his turn, but Wang Wei always preserved his last burst of sanity. So, after a year, not a single voice could be heard from Di Tian's mouth. He watched and experienced everything with a listless appearance. "Defeated so quickly," said Wang Wei as he scrutinized him. "This can't be good. I still have some other things planned." "Well, no matter, the next show should simulate you." He clapped his hands, and 5 people walked into the room. They were dressed in rags, dirt all over their coarse clothes, and an almost tangible stench emanated from their bodies. "All of you are the lowest of society. However, today, you will experience something that even the most powerful cultivators never had the chance to, touch a perfect creature. Now, have fun, for today only, forget all your worries." Wang Wei coldly looked at Di Tian, who had a look of horror in his face. Then, he slowly walked out of the room, not minding the beggar's discussion on who gets to go first. Like I said, this is just the beginning. (876) Unknown Power Kacha. The sounds of something breaking echoed in the endless void, and Di Tian opened his eyes, his complexion paler than the whitest snow. He knelt in the void while breathing heavily. He gazed at Wang Wei with unmatched fury, his eyes dripping with tears of blood. However, his eyes were no longer the same as they used to be. They now contained an underlying sadness and pain forever etched deep in his mind. Di Tian knew he was not the same man he was a few minutes ago. A part of him died, and he might never regain whatever he lost. For a moment, he regretted killing Li Jun. However, he understood he could not go back and did not want to. With the last remaining sanity he had left, he tried to remove the memories of what he experienced in that illusion. Sadly, Wang Wei seemed to have used a potent curse to engrave these memories deep in his soul. Di Tian immediately used his knowledge of curses to remove these memories, but his attempt failed again. Curses can infinitely power depending on how much of a price their casters are willing to pay. Unfortunately for him, Wang Wei paid a high price. He sacrificed the spiritual power equivalent to a great emperor to ensure the curse remained, and Di Tian will be plagued with these memories for a long time. Di Tian cursed inward as he understood that it would take him a few years, even a decade, to remove them from his soul even if he proved the Tao. That's how far Wang Wei was willing to go to make him suffer. Di Tian's aura suddenly became chaotic. His agitated mood made his collapsing spirit even worse. Two lights inside his sea of Di Tian's aura suddenly became chaotic. His agitated mood made his collapsing spirit even worse. Two lights inside his sea of consciousness became more intense as they continued soothing and repairing his primordial spirit. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was calmly watching. While Di Tian was in this weak and chaotic state, his eyes could see things he could previously not. So, he saw the Bodhi tree and another artifact trying to maintain Di Tian's spirit. Furthermore, he knew these two things working together allowed Di Tian to escape his illusion. If it were up to him, he would have tortured him until the end of time. This thing should be his proving Tao artifact, said Wang Wei as he looked at the floating pagoda releasing brilliant black and white lights. Why is it so powerful? Wang Wei could tell the artifact was similar to his, it contained a mysterious Tao rhyme indicating its power and potential. And after the Grand Tao baptism, after proving the Tao, it should give a boost of at least 5%. However, he also discovered Di Tian's artifact was more potent than his. Is it because he used more chaos treasure to refine and temper it? Analyzed Wang Wei, his mind working extremely fast. Although he was in a state of unmatched rage and no bottom line, his fury was also a silent and calm one. And as soon as possible. The chaotic rhyme released by the artifact is indeed much higher than mine. But that's not the main cause of its uniqueness. Based on his analysis, Di Tian's artifact will give him a minimum of 6% Grand Tao source boost, and that's only the minimum. As such, he wanted to know why, since it could be a major factor that decides the outcome of this battle. It could be due to the baptism of samsara. Cultivators can reincarnate with their powers. In fact, it is how most cultivators who choose to reincarnate do. The artifact will then serve as their protector and ensure they survive the early stages of reincarnation. It can also ensure they begin to walk the path of cultivation before awakening their memories by storing their cultivation techniques in the artifact. The artifact can also serve as a luck-condensing artifact to ensure that the reincarnator has plenty of luck to survive and grow. As such, reincarnating with a weapon or artifact is a prevalent thing. From what Wang Wei learned from the Oracle Mirror, Di Tian had a bloodline artifact in his first life when he fought against his ancestor, Qiyuan. However, after his defeat, he cultivated the origin path and created a proving Tao artifact. Wang Wei did not know whether Di Tian used his bloodline artifact and turned it into a proving Tao artifact, or he fused them or did something else with it. I think you should take a look at its novel. However, he does know the latter has been using the same artifact for 9 lives, thus making it very special. No, the aura of samsara on the artifact is very pure and potent. However, there seemed to be something else unique about it. This weapon seemed as powerful as a real emperor artifact. Wang Wei knew the implications behind such a truth. No matter how powerful emperor artifacts are, they are someone else's thing and cannot be adequately wielded by mortals with foreign aid like formations and faction luck, even if they pay a hefty price. However, proving Tao artifacts are the best weapon for any cultivators. They fit their owner's Tao, soul, body, qi, ideologies, goals, ambitions, and purposes perfectly. As such, any cultivators can easily use the full power of their proving Tao artifacts and push their powers beyond the limits, granting higher battle prowess. Wang Wei immediately made a note of that artifact while also thinking of possible countermeasures. He looked at Di Tian, who had regained some strength, and said with a bone-chilling coldness, "Now that you've experienced spiritual baptism, it's only fair you also experience the physical one." A great deal of dread overwhelmed Di Tian. He had just finished sealing the curse in his soul and reducing the effects of these memories to the lowest level possible. So, he was still in a weakened state mentally and required more time to heal or even respond. Alas, he was too slow. Innate talent, pain, arf, screamed Di Tian as he felt an unimaginable pain assaulting all his senses. He was a body refiner and quite accomplished, so pain was normal for him. His pain threshold is something that 90% of all cultivators in the lower dimension could not dream of achieving. Yet, he almost lost his mind after experiencing this pain. Di Tian's instinct was to hold his head since it was the place it hurt the most. However, his other body parts hurt so much that he could not even move. If flying had not become a passive and instinctive ability, he would have fallen from the air in this Yin dimension. Wang Wei watched all of this calmly. He was one of the only ones who knew what kind of pain he inflicted on his opponent. He used his pain talent to recreate the process when he took all 7 flesh tribulations in the 3rd stage of the true power Dao realm. Furthermore, he even boosted the pain with his talent, thus reaching a level that even he did not know he could withstand. Di Tian's sanity, which had barely stabilized, was again on the verge of collapsing. The Bodhi tree and Samsara pagoda released their powers to control their pain receptors while also cutting off the connection between the body and the soul, but their attempt was futile. Wang Wei's innate talent was cultivated to the point where pain was a concept. So, even though he did not control pain law, the power of the talent reached such a level. Di Tian found his consciousness fleeting. Among all the unbearable pain, he was trying his hardest to focus so he could form a coherent. Years of experience and a very high willpower allowed him to barely regain his bearings. So, he gathered his Dao will and will manifestation to form a defensive armor around his soul, mind, and spirit. Such an act was a wise choice. He continued by controlling his primordial spirit to chant Buddhist mantras, thus boosting the effect of the Bodhi tree. Finally, he sacrificed his remaining Yin universe to his pagoda to boost it. He wanted to use the Yin energy in this Yin dimension, but he knew Wang Wei would never allow it. With all these methods, Di Tian finally suppressed the pain to a barely tolerable level. "I will slaughter him," he roared in his mind. He finally chose to use his most powerful trump cards. However, his last remaining wisp of wisdom reminded him of the intuition he had if he used his trump cards. So, he decided to use a wiser method. Boom! Du Tian released a terrifying aura, pushing away Wang Wei, who was rushing forward after sensing something was wrong. An unknown power or mutation emanated from his law altar that instantly dissolved the pain innate talent. Furthermore, even the seal on the curse on his soul was reinforced. He looked at Wang Wei with maddening and blight rage, his aura extremely overwhelming. "I will slaughter you," he roared, shaking the heavens as his words were not a statement but a fact, an oath. (877) Struggling Wang Wei's heart skipped a beat, he felt a great sense of danger. What's going on? He was baffled by Di Tian's sudden change in aura and strength. Furthermore, all the methods of detection he could use were useless as he could not peep at a single piece of information. Boom! Before he could react and in deep thought, Di Tian appeared before him and punched him. Wang Wei's body punched a hole through the space of the Yin dimension and appeared thousands of light years away. However, he did not care about such an insignificant thing as he focused on his arm. His arms had become necrotic, as if he was a corpse that had been decomposed for hundreds of years. The power of death? His confusion was due to the fact he could not remove the power of death from his body, even with his life and death, samsara, Dao. So, exploded his hands before regenerating them. While flying away with great momentum, Di Tian suddenly appeared before him for the second time. However, Wang Wei was concentrating, so he noticed the movement. He gathered his true will along with his Dao and countered the latter's punch with his own. Boom! A terrifying shockwave shocked the entire Yin dimension. However, such a terrible sound was quickly overshadowed by a cracking sound. Wang Wei looked with great shock as his bones cracked, almost fracturing if not for reinforcement of his true will. Additionally, it was not just his bones. His skin was lacerated, his muscles and tendons snapped like the string from a bow, and meridians exploded. His strength. Wang Wei immediately realized his attacks experienced reincarnation upon coming into contact with Di Tian's fists, thus rendering them useless. Meanwhile, the opponent's attack overwhelmed him and almost entered his body. But, even with the protection from his true will, his potent fleshly body did not survive the clash. His strength has reached 7% Grand Dao source, analyzed Wang Wei. In their previous confrontation, the strength displayed by the two fluctuated between 5 to 6%, and only when Di Tian used heavenly Daoist power did they exceed such a level. But now, Di Tian has surpassed that level by relying on his own strength. Moreover, this is not the most important thing. These words were the last thought of Wang Wei before Di Tian killed him. Wang Wei felt as if that single foot bore a weight that even words or concepts like decillion could not quantify. Boom! Wang Wei's body and soul exploded, not even leaving a single drop of blood. Such an attack should have ended his path of the Tao, but things were not simple. Di Tian looked in the distance. He knew how the latter escaped. Before his body exploded, he opened a hole in his back and sent a drop of black into the distance. Afterward, it's simple for him to regenerate from that drop. The weight of samsara? The weight of karma? Wang Wei had a technique similar to this, so he swiftly analyzed Di Tian's technique. That kick bore the weight of all the souls in samsara, including the weight of karma, both sinful and virtuous. That's not important right now, thought Wang Wei. My Daoists seemed restricted in front of him. Mobilizing them has become extremely difficult, and my samsara Dao seemed useless. His mind worked on overdrive, trying to figure out what was going on. He sensed Di Tian approaching and suddenly disappeared. Boom! 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 The environment around Wang Wei kept changing while he looked in one direction. Infinite layer world. Wang Wei used his space-time Dao to create a dimension as large, if not larger, than the current Yin dimension, hiding his body. Di Tian would bulldoze the dimensions, bringing it to the end or death. However, Wang Wei kept creating more, creating countless layers of worlds between himself and his opponent. All he cared about was buying enough time to analyze the situation and develop countermeasures. Alas, Di Tian destroyed these universes faster than he could create them. This is one of the consequences of his current weakened Dao. I think you should take a look at this novel. Kmit seems the farther I am from him, the weaker the effect, thought Wang Wei before changing his proving Dao artifact into an armor that covered his entire body. Boom! A mighty punch hit his head, sending him crashing from the Yin dimension to the Yang dimension. He glanced at the dent in his armor and felt the power of samsara trying to turn it into rust. Luckily, he refined the artifact with countless chaos treasures and ensured its defense was even above his fleshly body. Wang Wei did not waste time and pointed his finger upward. Then, a large formation materialized in the sky, connecting directly to the Yang dimension. Liling did an excellent job, thought Wang Wei. The formation was expertly created, allowing him to easily take control of it and use his power to boost its effect. Furthermore, it can connect to the Yang dimension, creating a yin-yang formation. With this information in mind, he purposely controlled himself to fall into the Yang dimension before their battle destroyed the Yin dimension. A large yin-yang fish symbol surrounded Wang Wei as he controlled the formation. He did not use a more aggressive method and continued his previous tactic of buying time. Bang! The formation trembled as Di Tian attacked it aggressively. Meanwhile, Wang Wei took this opportunity to check his law altar, trying to figure out why his Dao was walking so sluggish. He paid special attention to his samsara Dao. Is this a type of domain ability? A saint can easily kill millions of void-shattering realm cultivators because of their domain. Once they unleashed it, the laws of void-shattering realm cultivators became useless. If the sant cultivates the same law as the void-shattering realm cultivator, the suppression will be hundredfold more severe. No, although it functions like a domain, it's different from one. The difference seemed subtle, but he could detect it. Alas, Wang Wei did not have much time to think since Di Tian forcefully destroyed the formation. He summoned the heaven path from samsara to manifest an innate creature called the void-swimming snake. This snake had the innate ability to break space and formation, so Wang Wei's yin-yang array did not last long. Wang Wei's danger senses once again went on overdrive. He saw a massive creature coiling around Di Tian. It was a red dragon with the face of a human. The creature stood before the heaven path, and its aura was not less noble than samsara itself. It had piercing bright eyes that were the first thing people would notice about it. Torch dragon, thought Wang Wei, remembering the name of the creature. It's a chaos creature, also known as candle dragon. It has many monikers, but the main one is the dragon of creation and destruction. The process of opening its eyes will complete the final process of the birth of the world, including establishing its laws and nurturing the birth of heavenly Tao. And when the world reaches its end and is about to be destroyed, the candle dragon will return and close its eyes, bringing it to its final destination. Di Tian's candle dragon gazed intently at Wang Wei before closing its eyes. Boom! A terrifying power of destruction traveled between heaven and earth, destroying everything, including the yin and yang dimension. Wang Wei watched the entire process with a calm demeanor, knowing he could not resist such an act. And even if he could, it was not worth doing. His body, soul, and Tao dissipated between heaven and earth. So, was this it for his journey? Not quite. After his death, Wang Wei's innate talent, the wheel of life and death, activated and brought him to life perfectly intact. After learning about longevity resources, he has been training this talent to grant him a few extra lives after proving the Tao. As such, he succeeded in raising it to the level that it could revive him 9 times without using any energy to heal like it used to. I only have 2 lives left, thought Wang Wei as he realized the devastating consequences of Di Tian's attacks. He did not have the 9 lives he should have, but only 3. I must do whatever is necessary to find the truth of his technique. Hopefully, 2 is plenty enough. Wang Wei had other means to revive himself. At his level, death has started to become meaningless. However, these methods often have limitations, like he needed a certain part of him to survive or he needed outside help or preparation. Only the life and death will grant him complete revival without any preparations or consequences, similar to the death substitution talisman. Wang Wei watched the red dragon disappear, knowing this battle had reached a tipping point. If he is not careful, he will suffer a fate worse than death, the end of his Tao journey. (878) The answer, Yama King's armor. Yama, the god of death, is one of the highest positions of the underworld, ensuring that everything proceeds smoothly. And as ruler of the afterlife, Yama is truly the master of death. His aura increased slightly as the armor appeared on Di Tian's body. However, the most significant change was a sword in his hand that contained the terrifying power of death. Chains of death, numerous chains materialized from the void, heading directly toward Wang Wei. They covered the sky with sheer numbers and had one objective: capture him. Even fate cannot restrain me, let alone death, said Wang Wei with a sneer. Roar of fate, all sentient beings in the chaos universe have a string of fates that manifest in the river of fate. Maybe some people have escaped from this shackle. Perhaps that is an inevitable outcome. With this roar, Wang Wei turned these strings, a manifestation of their entire life, of their struggle, pain, rise, and success, into sound. To be exact, he condensed their lives into a raging sound of anger, unwillingness, and defiance. Bang! The terrifying sound broke these chains of death without much resistance. Then, the sound wave pushed Di Tian a few steps backward, even leaving a small scratch on his new armor. The power of fate. Even while being suppressed, it has such power, he thought, his eyes colder than usual. His determination to kill his opponent reached another layer. He glanced at his opponent before attacking. Yama's judgment, he flicked his wrists, and the death sword in his hand flew into the heavens, turning into a colossal size, larger than a star. However, this was not the end. A book as large as the sword with the characters, life and death, manifested along with a pen. Then, the pen wrote Wang Wei's name on the book before releasing a power that boosted the sword's power. Then, the sword descended on its target. Deception of fate, the power of fate enveloped Wang Wei's body. Then, in an instant, he deceived fate itself. He confused the book of life and death, convincing it that although his name was also Wang Wei, he was not the one it was targeting. Crack. Cracks appeared along Wang Wei's body, and blood dripped from his orifices. Damn it, he cursed internally. His technique should have worked, but because of the suppression of his Dao, it failed at the last minute, allowing the death sword to target him. Luckily, he deceived most of the power. Di Tian was aggressive and did not give him time to rest, heal, or strategize. He waved his hand, and the pen made a mark on the book next to Wang Wei's name. In an instant, Wang Wei's status between heaven and earth, his status in samsara, changed to that of a sinner of the highest caliber. Previously, Wang Wei removed all his karmic sins and prevented more from happening with his karma-unbound physique. Furthermore, his accomplishment in the area controlled by the Dao opening sect provided him with countless merits to walk the path, sagehood. However, with this one move, Di Tian temporarily changed all these accomplishments, turning him into someone who has created an unfathomable amount of sins during his life. With such sins, the judgment and execution against him became of the highest order. So, when the death sword descended a second time, he knew he could not resist without normal means. Bloodline fate, myriad figures appeared behind Wang Wei. Upon closer observation, the one closest to him seemed to be his father, Wang Tian, followed by his grandfather, Wang Chang. At the end of this long line of people was the founder of the Dao opening sect and the ancestor of the Wang clan, Qiuan. Although the latter had no children throughout his life, he became the bloodline ancestor of the Wang clan once he cut off the connection to the heaven-opening emperor. Wang Wei looked at all these people before secretly shaking his head. He would wish to choose some of his ancestors. But for this technique, he needs assistance and no interference or resistance, so he could only choose his father. After choosing Wang Tian, an illusory figure manifested next to him. However, this was just the beginning. He used luck Dao to control probability and time Dao to create numerous possible futures. Then, one of these futures fused with Wang Wei's physical manifestation of fate. Boom! A terrifying aura emanated from his body. The aura shocked Di Tian and everyone watching because it was the same as these two legends, the aura of a great emperor. I think you should take a look at this novel. Wang Wei's method was to summon his father's fate and use other means to create a possible future where the latter succeeded in achieving the 10 Supremacy Foundation. Now, such a technique would not be possible if not for the fact Wang Tian's talent had the possibility of reaching such a realm. Regardless, what's important is he chose the correct ancestor and succeeded. Wang Wei then changed his ever-changing Dao heart, turning into a supreme swordsman who dedicated his entire life to the Dao of sword, even to the detriment of his family and loved ones. Wang Tian's fate then fused with Wang Wei's body, superimposing his power into his son's. His proving Dao artifact turned into a pure white sword, releasing a terrifying sword will. With a calm demeanor, Wang Wei swung his sword, releasing a slash more brilliant than 1,000,000,000 galaxies. The slash overwhelmed the death sword, cutting it into two before proceeding to the book and pen. Unfortunately, they released a barrier that blocked its power. Even my father's sword Dao is suppressed, analyzed Wang Wei. This slash was enough to cut even samsara into countless pieces if not for this suppression. Resisting? The more you resist, the faster you die, thought Di Tian. His technique is based on the Yama king, one of the highest rulers of samsara. Yamas are entities that deal with the reincarnation of people as powerful and influential as paragons. If they do not have the strength to deal with some of these unruly paragons who are used to rule above myriad races and worlds, the path of reincarnation would have long turned into their playthings. Bang! A magnificent stone bridge appeared between heaven and earth. The Bridge of Remembrance. As soon as the bridge appeared, people instinctively knew its name, that's how ancient and noble it was. After someone dies, they have to walk through this bridge. Their lives will be flashed before them, allowing them to contemplate their past failures, successes, and regrets. Of course, the bridge will also record this person's life to allow the path of reincarnation to determine their karma, whether they will be sent to hell for punishment or get reincarnated. Furthermore, the true purpose of this bridge is to weaken the truly powerful souls and prevent them from making trouble after their judgment. The bridge released a terrifying aura that immediately suppressed his body, especially his soul. Wang Wei was almost removed from his current state of fusing with his father's fate. Then, to his horror, the previously destroyed death sword materialized for a second time. Then, with the book, pen, sword, and bridge working together, he disappeared from heaven and earth. This should have been the end, but Di Tian frowned instead. As someone in control of the true book of life and death, he knew whether his opponent was dead. Even this technique could not grant him true death. True death should have removed all possible revival methods and abilities. I should not underestimate him. Di Tian entered a state similar to Wang Wei, a calm fury. So, no matter how angry he was at the previous event, he would not let emotions cloud his judgment. He moved his head to found the newly revived Wang Wei. To his surprise, he saw the latter rushing toward him, seemingly using a secret technique with terrible side effects. Di Tian did not waste time as he struck again, using the same attack. However, he summoned his Samsara Pagoda to increase the potency of the attack. He wanted his opponent to die at all costs. However, Wang Wei's body had turned all red, with a brilliant flame covering him. No matter what attack or technique hit him, he was perfectly intact. The only signs he was not alright was his rapid passing vitality. He used Turtle Shell's secret technique that burned his body, soul, energy, Daoist, and other things to drastically increase defensive capabilities. He pushed the technique to the limit, even sacrificing his life to reach his opponent. Di Tian felt something was wrong, so he chose the wisest tactic, escape until the opponent's secret technique ran out and he died. He took another page in Wang Wei's book and summoned layers of samsara that he called Reincarnation World. There are many branches of samsara, similar to how the river of time and fate have countless tributaries that flow to every world. So, Di Tian only had to use some of them. Alas, Wang Wei predicted his move and suddenly changed his technique. He used the Rainbow Paragon's technique, based on Turtle Shell's technique, to increase speed instead of defense. In an instant, his speed reached hundreds of thousands of times infinity. He bypassed all these reincarnation worlds and reached Di Tian. Wang Wei placed a shackle on Di Tian, making it so that whatever power he used to increase his strength was not his own or had a time limit. However, his plan failed as he received a terrifying backlash instead. So, that's how it is, he muttered before dying from the backlash. Although this was the last life from his life and death wheel, he was alright with it because he used it appropriately. (879) The Imperfection and the Divination, unedited chapter. As Wang Wei's body reappeared, a look of understanding and excitement appeared on his face. He solved many riddles, secrets, and confusion in this brief confrontation. Grand Tao Source, that's the answer to everything, he thought, his eyes brighter than before. Tao ancestors can control up to 4% of Grand Tao Source, so why can't I, with the 10 Supremacy Foundation, do the same? Wang Wei immediately knew the source of his imperfections. He could use his current foundation to comprehend and control up to 4% of the Grand Dao source, bringing his power to another level. For some reason, Di Tian knew this truth, and he succeeded. However, he never showed his true power, most likely in fear that I would learn from him. So, he hid the Grand Dao source fluctuations. Furthermore, this answer also explained many other things. Why did Di Tian's Dao change the laws of one of the dimensions, making Samsara Dao the main Dao of the entire place? Why did all of Wang Wei's Dao be suppressed, especially his life and death, Samsara Dao? It's because he controlled the source or origin of all Daos, the Grand Dao source. As such, all laws or Daos are innately suppressed before the source. This is why Dao ancestors and great emperors are absolute beings before mortals. How did he do it? Is it because he used a more orthodox approach and instantly knew he could control the Grand Dao source? Or is it because of something else? Asked Wang Wei, who quickly realized this was no longer important. What I need to do now is to also control the Grand Dao source. So, you find the truth, said Di Tian, his voice and eyes colder than the abyss itself. In the previous confrontation, Wang Wei got answers, but so did he. He finally understood why his intuition warned him not to reveal his Grand Dao source. Wang Wei does not have any control of the source. However, with his monstrous talent and deep law comprehension foundation, as long as he knows it's possible, it's very easy for him to do the same and reach the same height as me. So, he must die before that. Boom! His aura, which was already scary, actually increased, and by an exponential amount. Behind him manifested a river made of chains. The manifestation of the Grand Dao source, thought Wang Wei. Grand Dao loved the river motif too much. He quickly removed these distracting thoughts from his mind. He knew he was at a precipice and the slightest mistakes would cause him failure and death. His strength was raised from 7% to 9%, which is the limit of third class. I would not be surprised if he could reach the strength of second class on his own. He remembered Di Tian's unique Proving Dao artifact. He now knew the reason for its uniqueness. It had experienced one round of Grand Dao source baptism before Di Tian even proved the Dao. With such a weapon, Wang Wei could imagine the strength Di Tian could reach. Damn it! How did things reach this far? Cursed Wang Wei, who no longer hesitated and used all his ability. His body turned gray with long claws, and his pupils turned dark purple. His body contained an ancient and noble aura. Bone's wings grew from his back, but they enveloped him, turning into bone armor. His flesh seemed to have sublimated as the yang and blood energy inside his body drastically improved. Ancient desolate god transformation, the transformation was only the beginning. Wang Wei immediately activated the nothingness concept of his body, turning his body into a state of intangibility. Hand of Death, Di Tian did not waste time and used his most intense and condensed attack. So, the Life and Death Book, the Pen of Judgment, the Death Sword, and the Bridge of Remembrance all turned into a huge palm of condensed death power. Boom! Everything on the path of the hand was annihilated. With the destruction of the yin and yang dimension, the battle was now in an empty void isolated by the power of heavenly Dao itself using a little bit of world source. Alas, this attack was useless. Wang Wei was perfectly intact as the hand passed through him as if he did not exist between heaven and earth. I need to hurry up, thought Wang Wei, who had figured out another puzzle, his prophecy. I think you should take a look at its novel. See Omicron M, 2 battles, 2 breakthroughs, 1 useless, 1 successful, forming a cycle, finally breaking the shackles of death. I have fought with Di Tian twice. In our first battle, I made a breakthrough during our battle, but it was pointless. His power was beyond me at that time. Now, in our second battle, if I can make another breakthrough and comprehend my Grand Dao source, I can win, prove the Dao, become an emperor, and break the shackles of death. Wang Wei's eyes became brighter as his divination had already determined his future and the path he must walk on to prove the Tao. However, I do not have to completely follow in the footsteps of fate. The last part of the divination has given me inspiration if I interpret it in another way. A crazy idea popped into Wang Wei's mind, and he could not contain his excitement. His mind worked faster than it ever had, trying to create ways to succeed. Assimilation. This world has assimilated to this level, even though I tried to look out for it. I should have thought of this long ago and prepared. With his intelligence and wisdom, he should have had this idea long ago. Unfortunately, he has been too influenced by this world, integrating into its rhythm, thus being limited by the people's way of thinking. Luckily, it's not too late, and I already have the foundation to succeed. Wang Wei suddenly felt great danger and paid attention to Di Tian. The latter summoned the Samsara Pagoda, which had 5 of its 9 layers officially open. With these layers opened, Di Tian's connection to the Grand Tao source deepened, and his aura drastically increased. 10%, the power of second class, thought Wang Wei with an ugly expression. And before he could react, the palm of death descended on him. Boom! His body flew away. Unfortunately, the concept of distance was distorted in this emptiness, so no one knew how far he flew. I'm injured, he thought. His intangibility prevented the attack from killing him, but it severely injured him. Furthermore, he discovered he could not easily heal from his injuries. If these injuries pile up, once my state ends, I will immediately die, and it will be permanent. Wang Wei did not waste time and summoned 4 items, 3 Emperor artifacts and his Proving Tao artifact. They surrounded him at the center, 1 in each direction. The one at the north was one of the sect's main artifacts, the turtle shell. At the south was his Proving Tao artifact, which also took the shape of the turtle shell. This form allowed him to resonate with the one in the north, thus granting him better control and access to its power. The 2 artifacts in the east and west were of no major significance. As such, with these 4 magical artifacts, Wang Wei laid out a formation called 4-direction array. The array's sole purpose is to increase the intangibility state of his body, thus boosting his defensive capability. Finally, Wang Wei closed his eyes and focused on his law altar. Over the years, his Tao comprehension reached a terrifying level. It could be argued that he raised his Tao to the level of Grand Tao source, hence why his law altar turned purple from gold. However, because he never tried to comprehend the Grand Tao source, he was limited. So, all he has to do is convert his Tao comprehension into the Grand Tao source, allowing him to reach the same state as Di Tian, if not higher. As soon as Wang Wei began, an illusory river made of chains appeared behind him, making Di Tian's facial expression grave. No, I need to hurry, no matter the consequences. Regrettably, opening each layer will now take some time he did not have. Di Tian soon opened the 6th layer and attacked. Boom! Once again, his attack was overwhelming. However, it only increased the injuries on Wang Wei's body, not even interrupting his comprehension. No, I need to open the 9th layer and use that technique. Only with it could I forcibly destroy his intangibility. Time was of the essence. He knew if he let Wang Wei succeed, with his former strength blessed by the Grand Tao source, he would have no chance of winning and surviving this ordeal. So, Di Tian chose to use extreme means to open up the 7th to 9th layer. $880 Cursed Fate. Di Tian swallowed an unknown pill, drastically increasing the vitality of his fleshly body. Then, without hesitation, he sacrificed his blood energy to open the 7th layer of the pagoda. He rapidly became as thin as a mummy in the process, but he did not care, all he cared about was success. While doing all this, he did not stop multitasking and attacking with the hand of death. Wang Wei bore the brunt of the attack, injuries all over his body. However, his eyes remained closed, lost in the vast ocean that is the truth known as the Grand Tao Source. 1% Grand Tao Source, the river of chains behind him materialized, and his strength drastically increased. A subtle change appeared on his law altar as he felt all his primary laws were liberated and elevated to a higher level of existence. However, Wang Wei knew this was not the time to be distracted as time ran out. His danger sense went on overdrive as Di Tian opened more layers of his pagoda. His intuition warned him that if he did not succeed before the ladder opened the 9th layer, he would die without leaving any bones left, and it would be true death without any escape. Boom! Di Tian's aura had an explosive growth. His sheer presence made the void fluctuate a little. His current thin body also made him look more menacing than ever. Then, without hesitation, he condensed even more power of death in the colossal hand before dropping it on his opponent. Boom! Wang Wei's left side of his body exploded into a mist before disappearing forever from this world. His array appeared that it would not last long after a few attacks from the 7th layer. Regardless of his current situation, Wang Wei did not open his eyes. He made his primordial spirit composed of trillions of particles, with each particle capable of thinking independently as if it were him. So, he only dedicated one particle to pay attention to the outside world and response. Boom! The Emperor artifacts on the east and west of Wang Wei exploded, releasing a massive amount of energy. However, before the energy traveled out in this finite void, 2 more Emperor artifacts appeared and absorbed the energy released by their predecessor, thus strengthening the 4-direction array. Another death hand from the 7th layer dropped on Wang Wei. However, with the new formation upgrade, his injuries were minimal to non-existent. Di Tian paused as he watched what had happened. This method was a great way to bypass the limitation of only using 3 artifacts in the battle, showing that the final battle was not as fair as it appeared. After all, luck is also a requirement to become emperor, so people born from great families and factions have a higher chance since their birth is a manifestation of their great luck. Thank you for the idea, thought Di Tian with a sneer. He summoned 3 Emperor artifacts as well before exploding them into oblivion. Then, he directed the intense energy from the explosion to his pagoda, even healing his previously damaged body. Di Tian watched how the process of opening the 8th layer dramatically accelerated. However, a deep frown appeared on his face. This tactic successfully accelerated the process. However, he encountered another trouble. His body and soul could not bear controlling the rampaging energy of 3 Emperor artifacts while also opening the pagoda's layers and resonating with the Grand Tao Source. If this continues, I will die before I even succeed. Di Tian hesitated only momentarily before a ruthless light flashed in his eyes. He will open the 8th layer at any cost. Then, he will reduce the number of artifacts sacrificed to 1. Boom! 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 3 more artifacts exploded, making the people watching this legendary, almost mythical, battle cry in pain. They could not believe the Di clan was so rich that they were willing to provide their heaven chosen with so many Emperor artifacts. No, they did not think their family had so many in the first place. Of course, only a few could deduce that this wealth belonged to Di Tian, not the Di clan. However, such a fact was even more shocking as an individual was more wealthy than even emperor lineages with 4 to 5 emperors. Samsara Pagoda 8th layer. Di Tian opened the 8th layer but found cracks on his innate emperor quality primordial spirit. The Bodhi tree was trying to heal it but could only prevent further deterioration. After all, the tree was in its infancy despite Di Tian having it for countless reincarnations. He paid attention to Wang Wei, and his eyes squinted. I think you should take a look at this novel. See Omicron M2%, and it's already close to 3%. Di Tian knew he only controlled 5% of the Grand Tao Source. Unlike Tao ancestors, who have direct access to the Grand Tao Source, people like them with the 10 Supremacy Foundation can only convert their law comprehension into the Grand Tao Source. So, with his years of understanding the law, his law altar turned half purple after breaking the restrictions on him. So, after converting them into the Grand Tao Source, he comprehended 3.5% of the Grand Tao Source. The reason for his current strength is the superimposition of the Grand Tao Source and the power of his 10 Supremacy Foundation, which equaled 5% of the Grand Tao Source. Finally, his Proving Tao artifact reached an unimaginable level after the 9 Samsara baptism, a second baptism after achieving 10 supremacy since it's connected to him, and a third baptism after he comprehended the Grand Tao Source. Tian looked forward to proving the Tao and what level it would reach after a fourth baptism of the Grand Tao Source after becoming an eternal emperor. But now, if he did not make the correct choices, he might never see such a day. Tian did not waste time by dropping the death hand with the 8th layer on Wang Wei. He guessed his opponent's law comprehension and foundation was more profound than him. So, his strength will soon reach and surpass him. So, the only true advantage he had was time. Boom! The mighty hand forcefully brought Wang Wei out of his state of intangibility, even destroying his four-direction formation. Immediately, Wang Wei felt all the previous damage to his body as his life force rapidly passed away. The spirit particle in charge of the situation would die if he did not do something. So, he used one of his backups, quantum array. He did not use this array as he did for Zhen Chao during his trial. With Tian's current fleshly body, all his atoms now had a will or consciousness. So, the moment he tries to harm him with the quantum size arrays, his body would naturally react and remove them. His purpose in using them was on himself. Wang Wei chose to use them similar to nanobots, controlling them to repair his damaged body. The quantum arrays can multiply infinitely, so he used their large number to deal with the terrifyingly pure death energy inside his body. So, after killing trillions upon trillions of these arrays, the death energy was gone, and the arrays could fix most of the damage to his body. How pure, thought Wang Wei, seeing how 95% of his arrays died. He spent years letting them reproduce inside his body to reach such a number. Wang Wei wanted to use them as a means to aid his regeneration. However, after using them once, they became useless and needed more time to replenish their numbers. So soon? Thought the spirit particle with a smile. 3% Grand Tao Source, Tian's facial expression became grave. Before reaching such a level, he spent billions of years understanding the Tao and had access to 9 pillars inheritance and conjecture about the 10 Supremacy Foundation. But now, someone else used one lifetime, a few 100,000 years, to reach the same level as him. He gritted his teeth as he waved his hand to summon a sphere with a seal containing the character 4, Samsara. He looked at the seal with a look of reminiscence. This seal was his bloodline artifact in his first life. It used to be the creation seal, but he had to change it during his second life. After his defeat at Qiyuan's hand, he placed the artifact into a special innate treasure that could continue to nourish it as if it were still part of him. Tian tried to take both artifacts through samsara and failed, so he left this one in the world to nourish and become more powerful with time. His plan was to fuse it with his samsara pagoda, making it even more powerful. However, after the first samsara baptism, he discovered the first layer of his pagoda had mutated, so he decided to wait until he proved the Tao completed the mutation before the final fusion. However, with each failure and reincarnation, the mutation intensified. At the same time, Tian also realized his strength was becoming more powerful with reincarnation after absorbing the seed of power. He was not stupid, so he realized that he might be destined to lose 9 heavenward battles. Then, on the 10th attempt, his strength and proving artifact would be perfected, and he could successfully prove the Tao. I won't lose again. I will break free from this curse, prove the Tao, and see Ning again. '81 The winner Tian took a deep breath. He knew he should have waited until after he became an eternal emperor before fusing the Samsara Pagoda with the Samsara seal. However, he did not care about such a thing now. He did not want to lose his 9th heaven will battle and win the 10th. He did not want to follow his destined path. So, even if his action would lower the quality of the pagoda, preventing it from acquiring its 10th layer, he did not care. Anyway, when there is a will, there is a way. He could always find a way to make up for the flaws after he proves the Tao. Boom! The aura of the pagoda drastically increased, and in the process of opening the 9th layer, suddenly, the pagodas increased, and Di Tian's power reached 11% Grand Tao source. He waved his hand to drop the death hand on his opponent. Wang Wei was tiny compared to this colossal hand. It even reminded him of some not-so-good memories in his early years in the pagoda. However, he was calm as death approached him. With his eyes still closed, he appeared to have given up and accepted his fate. However, to everyone's surprise, the hand bypassed him as if he did not exist. Although blood spilled out of his orifices immediately afterward, it is obvious to anyone watching that this was not the result of Di Tian's attack but the backlash of whatever technique he used. Intangibility? No, I've dealt with this technique already, thought Di Tian as he dropped a second attack. The result was the same, but his eyes showed a look of understanding. It's some kind of clever evading technique, capable of even evading concepts. However, it seems to have a heavy toll on his body and soul. Di Tian's analysis was correct. Wang Wei used his ancestor, the battle maniac's, famous evading technique. Unfortunately, this technique was created by a paragon and turned into a source technique by battle maniac. With Wang Wei's current state, strength, and the fact Di Tian's strength was overwhelmingly more powerful than him, the backlash of using a source technique was greater than he anticipated. However, it was all worth it. 4% Grand Tao source, he thought as he successfully reached such a level after surviving these 2 attacks. My current strength is even higher than Di Tian. However, I'm still no match for him with his pagoda. Wang Wei wanted to curse out loud every time he thought of that pagoda. According to his analysis, this weapon has the potential to grant a 10% Grand Tao source boost if Di Tian plays his card correctly. Alright, let's focus, this is just the beginning. 1%, 2%, 3%, 4%, 5%, the conversation went smoothly, even accelerated after reaching such a threshold. However, Wang Wei was not happy because Di Tian stopped attacking. Meanwhile, the aura released by his pagoda becomes exponentially more intense, and his intuition goes on overdrive to warn him. 9%, this should have been a happy thing for Wang Wei, but he had to open his eyes. Di Tian succeeded before him, fusing the 2 artifacts and opening the 9th layer. As he watched the black hand descended on him, Wang Wei knew he would not survive this attack even with his current strength. So, he used one of his trump cards. A mirror appeared on his hand. Without hesitation, he activated the Oracle Mirror and used one of its fundamental abilities, Copy. Zhen Chao used it to copy his strength, power, and ability. So, he did the same with Di Tian. And given how the karma between them drastically increased after he killed Li Jun, he should have acquired a great deal of the latter's power. Sadly, the mirror has the same restrictions he had when Zhen Chao used it. It could not copy certain unique aspects, and Di Tian had a few unique aspects. The first one is the 10 Supremacy Foundation. In the entire Chaos universe, only 2 people have such a foundation, and he was the first to acquire it. Second, it's his 10 Samsara baptism. The third one is the Fiend God bloodline. Although it is a diluted bloodline, the miracle could not copy all its abilities and powers. Finally, the last unique aspect of him was his Samsara pagoda. Wang Wei expected this outcome, so he prepared for the worst-case scenario. So, he used one of the first trump cards he created for Di Tian after his first defeat. It is a technique called frowny face. Fate is unfair. Some people are born with the highest achievement of another person who spent their entire lives accomplishing. Some people are born talented, instantly learning things that take others years of sweat, effort, and pain to master. Talent, luck, and background are some of the many ways fate uses to control people, determining their fate and achievement. Wang Wei learned this truth in his first battle during the spirit trial. He learned an evading method from a gladiator who spent years honing his skills between life and death. However, with his talent, he learned it in a matter of minutes. So, this technique was based on this fact. After casting it to boost the mirror, it became easier for Wang Wei to acquire all of D Tian's power and ability, simply because he is an unparalleled genius blessed by fate. Boom! His strength drastically increased after acquiring 95% of D Tian's power. However, he did not block the death hand and continued to evade. Luckily, things were now easier with his current ability. Then, the two looked at each other across the distance, each with their own deep thoughts. It seems I must use that technique. The ninth Samsara fist, ruler of Samsara, D Tian did not want to do so because he always felt something terrible would happen, and there might be severe consequences. But now, he had no choice. As he looked at Wang Wei, who was still weaker than him, he felt a deep threat, but he could not understand the source. So, he decided to hesitate no longer. The 6 gates or paths of samsara appeared behind D Tian, followed by the Phantom of Hell, the Book of Life and Death, the Pen of Judgment, the Bridge of Remembrance, and the Wheel of Samsara. They all formed a circle around his pagoda as a strange magic circle appeared before D Tian. I think you should take a look at this novel. Kmuang Wei's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly sat cross-legged, closing his eyes. Many people wondered what these two were doing. Let's begin, thought Wang Wei. This world had assimilated me too deeply, so I never considered it. However, the thought process should have been obvious. Why do I need the heaven will to prove the Tao? In many of the novels I've read on Earth with similar settings, my fellow reincarnators rarely do not rely on themselves to become emperor. So, why did I never try to do the same? He focused his mind as he began creating a path from his law altar that seemed to lead nowhere. The rules of this world are strict, and there are many limitations. So, my mindset has always been that it's impossible to do such a thing. However, my achievement of 10 supremacy proves that rules are not absolute. Furthermore, even if it was impossible, I should have tried. Luckily, it's not too late. Wang Wei already had a method to succeed. In Ji Lanfang's world, he acquired the Tao treading cultivation system. He once analyzed that the creator of this system wanted to create a method for people to prove the Tao or become Tao ancestor without any foreign aid. He failed, but Wang Wei knew he had a chance at success. He took the idea of the last realm of creating a heaven path that leads to the Grand Tao source. He created the heaven path, using his Grand Tao source comprehension to connect to the Grand Tao source directly. Finally, Wang Wei found a barrier, restricting him from moving forward. He pushed the barrier forward, and Wang Wei discovered his comprehension reached 91%. So, he kept pushing, using his comprehension, Tao body, soul, Tao heart, and even fleshly body to break the limit. With persistent effort, his comprehension reached 99%, but he did not break the last barrier. The last step, he thought excitedly, ignoring the danger outside. He gathered the power of his pseudo-Tao will and will manifestation, fusing them into his true will. Without hesitation, he attacked those restrictions. Boom! He felt something shaking in his mind. Upon closer observation, it was as if his attempt was futile. However, his senses told him he was in the right direction. So, he mobilized more of his willpower, even to the detriment of his body. Crack! Wang Wei sensed a tiny crack on this limitation. My way is correct. Willpower, no, even true will, is the power that can create miracles. Wang Wei's body began to crack as he mobilized most of his hidden willpower. Boom! He forcefully broke through his limitations, and his comprehension reached 5%. Immediately afterward, a unique chain appeared on the Grand Dao source as Wang Wei's fate-dominating Dao or absolute freedom fate Dao was accepted by the universe. He felt his chain was connected to an even more powerful chain, probably the original fate Dao that belonged to the 3800 origin Dao of the chaos universe. Then, a strange rune deeply connected to him appeared before engraving itself on the chain. Is that my Dao imprint? Thought Wang Wei before a mysterious power entered his body. In an instant, he felt a tremendous change. His Dao body was no longer an embryo and could even, awakening. His soul and fleshly body underwent a baptism, granting him an immortal essence. From now on, he did not have to worry about his lifespan as he was both immortal and eternal. Wang Wei opened his eyes in time to see Di Tian had summoned a hand. Unlike the previous black hand, this one was human and had skin as white as snow. Furthermore, with the long nails and delicate features, it was very likely to be a woman's hand. Wang Wei was momentarily scared shitless until he realized Di Tian only summoned a projection with probably 1 decillionth of the owner's power. And that's probably an underestimation. What a great technique, he commented. Such a technique was beyond anything he had created. Although he could tell, it was only possible because of Di Tian's countless reincarnations and time spent researching samsara. Unfortunately, you're too late. He used Wuji Dao to bless his fleshly body, temporarily entering the second stage of nothingness, void. Boom! The hand passed through him, leaving him intact. Still injured, muttered Wang Wei as he looked at the necrotic part of his left arm. Even with his current body, which is the level of pure concept, he was severely injured as that part died. Is this the power of one of the taboos? I don't think even Maitreya and that bastard reached such a level. Have these people reached transcendence, or are they still walking on that path but are not quite yet there? Wang Wei shook his head, knowing it was not the time for such a thing. He no longer hesitated and removed the dead parts before regenerating them. He looked at Di Tian, his eyes extremely calm. He waved his hand, and the latter passed out without much resistance. Di Tian was already at his breaking point after using that technique, so he was powerless. Wang Wei turned his head, and as expected, a purple gold orb floated before him. The heaven will, he muttered with a smile. Without hesitation, he absorbed it. The path of eternal emperor was open to him. Chapter 882, Proving the Tao. For a moment, Wang Wei had the idea of not using the heaven will and maybe keeping it for his family. After all, he is already a great emperor. However, his method seemed to reach the limit of becoming a great emperor. Maybe he could rise a few more %, but he would never achieve second class. So, he has to absorb the heaven will if he wishes to become an eternal emperor. Furthermore, he has a feeling heavenly Tao would not allow him to take outside of this battlefield. So, he sat cross-legged in the void, closing his eyes as he entered a deep state of meditation. After taking a few minutes to ensure he was in the best shape, he absorbed the heaven will. Wang Wei immediately had two sensations. The first was he felt a mysterious power that was protecting him. He had the feeling he was currently in the most secure time of his life. He knew this was one of the protective mechanisms of heavenly Tao. So, even if a paragon attacked him in his current state, he would be safe. He would even go as far as he was concerned, he would be safe even if Maitreya and Supreme Unity. Maybe only cultivators on the level of the 6 cardinals could get away with attacking someone in the process of proving the Tao after paying a severe price. Otherwise, Grand Tao will annihilate anyone who blatantly breaks the rules. Wang Wei calmed down as he continued the process. He felt a mysterious power checking his body, to to be specific, it seemed to be checking his Dao heart. After meeting the requirement, Wang Wei felt the world was open to him. His mind seemed to be clearer than ever. In his life, understanding the Dao had never been this clear. It was like the answers he sought contained great hints. Wang Wei quickly reigned in his mind as he knew from the sect's archive that this was one of the feelings after acquiring the heaven will, and he should not trust it. All records indicated that although the heaven will makes it 1,000 times easier to comprehend the grand Dao source, this was far from the truth, especially in the allotted time. So, Wang Wei focused his mind and began his comprehension. Things proceeded smoothly for him. In a relatively short time, his understanding increased by 10% while rapidly increasing. The mysteries of fate that he could never fathom manifested before him. He saw the connections between all his sub-daos, space, time, luck, karma, order-disorder, life and death, and destiny. He also peeked into the essence of freedom Dao and the power of choice, belief, and will to break the shackles of fate. Finally, with the essence of yin-yang, which can balance all things in existence, his Dao made rapid progress. Thump. Wang Wei heard a sound in his mind, and a piece of information appeared in his mind that allowed him to know what had happened. He reached a comprehension of 20% Grand Dao Source, the first requirement to become an eternal emperor. Purple lights enveloped Wang Wei, along with a lotus of the same color, making the people watching this enthronement squint their eyes. Today was a day that would forever be embedded in the annals of history. The shock these two heaven-chosens brought upon them was already heart-attack-inducing enough by showing their third-class strength, but they just watched someone become an emperor without using a heaven will. Many people are wondering about the implications of such a thing. Could it be that the laws of heaven and earth have changed, and people can prove the Tao without the assistance of the heaven will? Is this method some kind of technique that was never discovered or created until now? Or is Wang Wei's case unique and only applicable to him? People wanted answers, but no one could provide them some. Furthermore, there is a high chance they won't ever find the answer. So, when Wang Wei displayed the vision that he achieved 20% Grand Dao Source, no one truly cared despite the record-breaking time. For these people, someone becoming an eternal emperor will be one of the least impressive things that happen to do. However, these people's thinking quickly changed. They watched as the purple around Wang Wei rapidly changed to purple gold. What is going on? Asked the entire world. Today, they ask this question too often. Sadly, only Wang Wei knew what was happening and would not explain it to them. After the light around him completely turned purple gold, Wang Wei's consciousness woke up from this fascinating state of enlightenment. 25% Grand Dao Source, he thought with surprise and an understanding. He already reached 5% comprehension before acquiring the heaven will, and since it guarantees a maximum of 20% improvement, he benefited from his previous success. Excellent, thought Wang Wei, this extra 5% has saved him numerous resources, merit, and time. Let's continue, he thought before concentrating. The next step was to cast his Dao will. However, the process was extremely simple for him. The D realm was a prototype of the Dao will, so the transformation was simple and easy. I think you should take a look at its novel. Dao will, as the name suggested, is the will manifestation of a cultivator Dao. Meanwhile, the D realm is acquired when a cultivator creates a cultivation system or Dao path that is universal and accepted by multiple people. It is a power manifested from whatever path of the Tao they created, a manifestation of their will to pursue the Tao. Long ago, only people who created a cultivation system could enter the D realm or have a manifestation of their Tao. However, Grand Tao eventually changed the rules of the chaos universe to allow the unorthodox way of acquiring the D realm. Wang Wei cultivated his D realm to the point where it could be labeled pseudo-Dao will, so the transformation was not a problem for him in the slightest. As such, a second purple gold lotus appeared behind him. Finally, with plenty of time remaining, he began the third step, existence. What is existence? Wang Wei had asked himself this question many times, and he had many vague answers and guesses. However, today, he finally knew the truth. In simple terms, it is everything that makes someone who and what they are, including things like body or flesh, soul, Tao, and even Qi. However, these things mentioned are only the manifestation of one of the three cores of existence, essence, spirit, and Qi. A person's existence involves other things like their mind, spirit, memories, goals, ambitions, dreams, worldviews, past, present, and future experience. Wang Wei remembered a famous saying from his past life: "A man only dies once he is forgotten." Such a saying is also a manifestation of existence. The impact someone has on the people around them, on the world, and even on history are all part of their existence. Their names or titles are a part of their identity and thus part of their existence. As long as the world remembers me, as long as my achievements are known and remembered, as long as one person still knows my name, as long as one piece of paper records my name, I will be eternal. That's the essence of existence. Boom! A terrifying aura emanated from Wang Wei's body as he opened his eyes. His body instantly experienced a great change, elevating to a higher life level while the third lotus manifested. Eternal emperors looked mysterious, but their core is absolute control. To them, their names, memories, and even achievements are an extension of themselves, an extension of their bodies. So, even if their bodies, souls, and even Tao imprints are removed, they can revive themselves. Wang Wei's eyes became brighter. Moreover, to become an everlasting Empyrean, I need to elevate my understanding of self, even involving reincarnations. Eternal emperors, existence comprehension, allow their self to transcend the concepts and limitations of the flesh, of material and even energy. Meanwhile, everlasting involve the self, transcending reincarnation and possibly other limitations. Wang Wei had a small comprehension of existence and true self before proving the Tao. Now, with this opportunity, he even laid a deeper foundation for him to become an everlasting Empyrean by deepening his understanding. After so many trials and tribulations, I've finally escaped the shackles of death and become eternal, muttered Wang Wei, thinking about how far he had gone to reach this stage. From the time he was a struggling young man on Earth to his endless loneliness in primordial chaos to his reincarnation, a lot of things have happened. His friends, families, loved ones, and sects placed great expectations on him. For many years, he suffered under the weight of that expectation, with only his grandmother to alleviate his pressure. Regardless, he fulfilled everybody's expectations. Mostly, he fulfilled the expectations he placed on himself. In his rise, he met many remarkable people, many talented foes who challenged him physically, spiritually, and intellectually, but he rose to the top, defeating all the people of his generation, becoming the final winner who gets to sit on the throne. My path was arduous, created on a mountain of blood and sins. But I have no regret, thought Wang Wei. When he chose to walk this path, he knew the consequences and what price to pay. And today, he finally saw the payoff. He made the first major step in his cultivation path. Wang Wei exhaled deeply before concentrating on a piece of information that suddenly popped into his mind. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know in report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 883, Ripples Primordial Chaos, Red Mist Forbidden Land. Heavenly Book opened his eyes, cursing out loud, "Damn you, Madman Chu. Why is it such a pain for us to make a deal?" Heavenly Book exhaled out loud to calm down. He was an arrogant man. After all, with all his abilities and accomplishments, how could he not be? Of course, as a Tao overlord, he would never allow such a character flaw to affect his plans. As an arrogant man, there are only a few people he can say he respects with all his mind, and one of these is Madman Chu. Chu Yun was truly a rare genius that the entire Chaos universe had never seen. Grand Dao bled 6 times since the beginning of time, and Madman Chu was one of the people responsible for one of these times. According to Heavenly Book's evaluation of the latter, he is the man closest to creating a method of transcendence without relying on foreign aid. That's how much of a genius Madman Chu was. Unfortunately, one of his early experiments to achieve transcendence resulted in his current mental state. If that bastard were not insane, he would truly be one of the scariest people in the Chaos universe. Maybe the rumors are true, commented Heavenly Book. According to rumors, Grand Dao was scared of this man's ability, so it schemed against him, resulting in his current state. Heavenly Book focused and summoned a book, not the incomplete one that he was trying to create but a second one with countless knowledge, secrets, and truths of the universe. He wanted to see if there was some information he could use to facilitate the deal with Madman Chu. Huh, he muttered as he felt something. He summoned his Heaven Book and saw more writings appear. Another time nexus? Something must have happened, he muttered as he looked at the paragraphs in the book. I was right. One of them is in the Eternal Ascension world. It should be Wang Wei. Does he have a connection with the prehistoric world? Such information will change things. One of the blind sides of his information network has always been the prehistoric world. He tried a few times to infiltrate that place and even suffered a small loss in his attempt. Is the Grand Dao's son in that world? Another trouble. A deep frown manifested on his face. However, Heavenly Book soon squinted his eyes at a particular passage in the book. It was about him. I expected this, but it is still a little unsettling. His previous book did not contain his existence. After all, according to the previous track of fate, he was one of the infinite mortals of the world. His existence was inconsequential. However, he was now part of the story and played a significant role. Heavenly Book waited until the book finished. He reviewed all the information he had. I thought time was on my side, but that may not be the case, he deduced with a frown. In that case, I might need to take some risks. Heavenly Book was a man of action, so he immediately began to implement his plan. He sent a clone outside of the red mist. He hid his body in this place to prevent Supreme Unity from changing his mind and hunting him down. Luckily, this place was one of the few safe places he could hide from a half-step transcendent. He was confident that even if Supreme Unity came here, he would suffer a small loss at Madman Chu's hands. After his clone exited this forbidden land, he waved his hand to manifest a grand, mysterious, and noble river. The river of time, no matter how many times I see it, it's still magnificent, thought Heavenly Book before observing the river, searching for something. After a few hours, his eyes lit up before he took out a green jade from his space and sent it inside. He waited for a few seconds until the jade disappeared. It worked, he thought before sneering internally. It's really treating me as a pawn. His actions could be one of the biggest offenses of the universe. He tried to alter the primordial timeline by influencing the past. Such an act would have released a backlash that would instantly kill even him. And if he managed to survive, the justiciary of time would have come after him. However, he was currently perfectly intact and succeeded in this impossible endeavor. Heavenly Book knew this could only mean one thing: someone allowed his actions to proceed. And it was not hard to guess who had such authority: Grand Dao. The clone looked in the distance, his face remained calm and indifferent. As for him, since he is in that world, I need other means to test the water. Without wasting more time, he disappeared into the distance. Prehistoric world, Purple Chaos Palace, I think you should take a look at this novel. Kmungjin opened his eyes, so, he finally reached that step. His eyes penetrated an infinite distance as he saw Wang Wei proving the Dao. Fate Dao? He thought with a frown. Is it related to him? The all-seeing temple had a prophecy that would affect the entire chaos universe. As a person who cultivates destiny Dao, he used some means to divine the prophecy before even the temple knew the exact words. The all-heaven fate calamity is approaching, the strings of fate envelop primordial chaos. The mad emperor, in his path to control his own fate, will do anything to reach detachment. Hongjun had a headache. He did not know whether the outlier he had saved for a while was related to this prophecy. However, it did not matter. Once the temples release the prophecy, people who cultivated fate Dao will be in the eyes of the storm. If they do not have the strength, they will suffer catastrophe. Rho Alpha N D Alpha S Nu Omicron V Epsilon L Mongjun waved his hand to manifest 3 pictures. These people were each selected by him to be reincarnated into other worlds to prepare for the upcoming calamity. As for Wang Wei, he was sadly collateral damage when Hongjun facilitated the world collisions in order to hide his actions of reincarnating these people. He was not the only collateral damage, but he was the only one who survived. So, Hongjun considered him an outlier, so he decided to save him despite the signs he was deeply connected to Grand Dao and the River of Fate. Hongjun saw Wang Wei's willpower and how he survived primordial chaos. Impressed, he chose to provide some help and see how things would proceed. Hongjun looked at these 3 pictures. They are all paragons, but that does not mean much. Only half-step transcendence has a remote chance of surviving the oncoming storm. He frowned after thinking of this. During all the time Wang Wei spent in the void, these people already proved the Dao and ascended to the realm of paragons. They have long reached the peak of their realm, but Hongjun is not happy because their path of transcendence is going nowhere. All these deviations are because of Emperor Qin, he sighed. Emperor Qin, Ingzheng, was the first step of his plan. He was a test trial before the others. At first, Hongjun thought he had failed since the latter only became a regular paragon. However, things changed when the Qin Emperor reincarnated, became eternal, and took the moniker of Human Emperor. According to Hongjun's plan, he granted the Human Emperor a piece of his heavenly Dao Jade, allowing him to deduce a path to transcendence using the 3 talents of heaven and earth, human, earth, and heaven. Once he became a half-step transcendence, he would then be the vanguard for the others, showing them the path forward. However, the emperor had a suspicious mind and did not believe in anyone. Fearing that Hongjun might be scheming against him, he ignored his warnings and participated in the ultimate taboo. The result was his death and the long delay of achieving transcendence. If he had listened to me, he should have taken that step by now, muttered Hongjun as he shook his head. Now, there are too many variables, and his chances have drastically decreased. Hongjun sighed to exhale his frustration. Why was he doing all this? To save the prehistoric world? Yes, but not entirely out of selflessness. He wants to see the path forward, and his only hope is to have more fellow Daoists to discuss, bouncing ideas off each other to become enlightened. If only Grand Dao had not erased most of the information about Pangu, lamented Hongjun, he could have learned so many things about the path of transcendence. Sadly, although this world is isolated, Grand Dao still has its ways of intervening. And when necessary, it will go all out to ensure certain rules and restrictions. He moved his gaze to look at the tiny planet of Earth. Should I choose more people? He quickly shook his head. All the people born on Earth, no matter their race, gender, or ethnicity, are special. So, reincarnating them into other worlds is very dangerous and requires great risks. His previous actions of artificially creating world collisions have brought him to the eyes of many people, and Hongjun did not like that since it was not conducive to keeping the world safe and continuing his cultivation journey. Let's wait for a little longer. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know in report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 884, Scary Conversation. Eternal Ascension World, Dao Opening Sect. As one of the most powerful sect in this chaos world, it has a special place called Ancestral Hall. Inside, there was only one person, an elderly man who was dozing off in a chair. Around was a group of statuses organized into 3 layers. The lower layer had the most status, followed by the second and the top layer. The statuses were lifelike, but some were unique. A few had cracks or had their entire face destroyed. In each layer, some of the statuses had crowns on their head while others did not. Furthermore, the crowns came in 2 different colors once they reached the second layer and above. While the elderly man was taking his nap, a white light flashed in the room, and a new status appeared in the 3rd layer, wearing a crown. As soon as the status appeared, the elderly sensed something and woke up. He first looked confused before noticing the anomaly. He had been staying in this room for a few yuan epochs, so he knew it like the back of his hand. He quickly noticed the new status and looked at it in shock. A new emperor? No, even a new eternal? How is that possible? The sect has been closed for so long. The elderly man was confused for a moment before thinking about something. The lower dimension? He thought with excitement. After so many years, can they cultivate an eternal? Many people in the upper dimension believed the luck of the lower dimension sect had run out and would not cultivate a new emperor for a long time, let alone an eternal. It's good news the 10th one finally appeared. However, this might cause trouble, thought the elderly man as he looked at the statue with no face. He was not surprised as the latter would need to ascend before the status would be generated, finally connecting the new emperor to the luck of their sect. However, with the current political situation of the Eternal Ascension world, it's not a good thing for their sect to have a talented eternal emperor. Let's first seal the manifestation of luck to prevent anyone from detecting the appearance of this new emperor. The moment they acquire a new emperor or cultivator above, the sect's luck will manifest in a grandiose manner so that everybody can celebrate. So, even if they are in a sealed state, this fact does not change. However, before the elderly man could make a move, he discovered someone might have been faster than him. An unknown and incomprehensible power seemed to have hidden this fact before him. This power, he thought with horror. Only one of the 2 could have done such a thing. Origin Seal Continent, what has gotten you so riled up? Asked Wu Hong, who sensed her presence a little agitated. The little brat succeeded, said the Sword Empress, not hiding her excitement as a terrifying sword will flashed in her eyes. Your future husband, she replied. He succeeded in proving the Tao. Wu Hong's eyes showed slight surprise. Yes, it's around this time for the battle. Well, with the talent he showed, it's normal to become emperor. He should have become an eternal, right? You don't understand, said the Sword Empress. I would not be so excited even if he became an eternal emperor. Did something happen? The luck this kid provided to the sect was on par with a paragon, said the Sword Empress. More importantly, his luck was unique, it was memorialized luck. Wu Hong squinted her eyes after hearing this. Heaven and earth only grant memorialized luck to people with certain achievements that affect an entire world. In the lower dimension, it was rather easier to acquire it than the upper dimension, however, it was still difficult to acquire. For example, the Dao opening sect in the lower dimension had the memorialized luck for spreading the cultivation system to the world. With this luck, heavenly Dao would usually ensure the survival of the sect. This kind of luck is why sects from the Pill Ancestor, Formation Ancestor, Talisman Ancestor, Array Ancestor, and Weapon Ancestor have survived countless catastrophes until the current era. In the upper dimension, the Dao opening sect has only achieved memorialized luck thrice, and the 2 times were for the First and Second Origin Wars. Do you know what he did? Asked Wu Hong. No, someone is blocking the news. I fail to divine the truth from the sect's luck. Them? No. True heavenly Dao? No, above. Wu Hong showed another surprised look as she knew the implications behind these words. What did he do? I don't know. However, such an act can count as the sect's fourth memorialized luck. It's 1,000,000 times harder to acquire memorialized luck in the upper dimension than in the lower, so they are usually separated. This news is not necessarily a good thing, added Wu Hong. Indeed. With Supreme Unity's personality, he wouldn't care about the previous argument and should have attacked the sect. But now, he hasn't, so this could mean one thing. I think you should take a look at 's novel. See Omicron M, she intervened, said Wu Hong, her voice a little more indifferent than before. Sometimes, you're too stubborn, said the Sword Empress as she knew why her friend's attitude suddenly changed so drastically. However, Wu Hong did not continue this topic. What are you going to do? She asked. This luck is enough for me to return to the Empyrean realm and revive Qiyuan, said the Sword Empress, her eyes brighter than the moon during a full moon. However, her friend did not share her excitement. Supreme Unity might tolerate the others in limbo, but he won't accept their revival, she reminded. That's why I will ask Maitreya for help. Well, that's not a bad idea. I thought you would try to dissuade me. I know what kind of person she is. I just want answers and an apology. I'm sure she has no qualms about apologizing. But answers, dark truth fog. Supreme Unity immediately noticed a change between heaven and earth as soon as Wang Wei became emperor. Although Maitreya hid the changes in the Tao opening sect, he noticed other anomalies. The luck of the lower dimension showed an exponential increase trend. And once that happens, true heavenly Tao will regain some powers and have better ways to fight against him. And if the upper dimension is also affected, showing signs of revival, then he will suffer terrible consequences. So, he placed his gaze on the source of his trouble. The blockade of the lower dimension meant nothing to him. Don't even think about it, said a beautiful yet noble voice. Maitreya opened her eyes and looked at him. The moment you chose that path, you were doomed. Do you really want to fight for a little ant? If he is such an ant, why do you want to kill him at all costs? Supreme Unity did not answer as he sensed her determination. She would really fight him to death to prevent him from killing that brat. He felt frustration and anger for a moment before these emotions swiftly vanished. He closed his eyes, continuing to focus on this fog. He had to rely on the heavenly book to deal with the current situation, so he needed to be patient. In a white space, two people stood in an all-white space, looking at a small orb before them. Although the space appeared white, it was only a manifestation for certain people. This white space contained all power in existence, fused and existing at all times. Whether it was time, space, death, creation, logic, dream, or the mind, it contained everything. This place had many names, but these two knew it as Hongmeng, the place of beginning and end. The two people before the orb were a young man and a woman. The man had gray hair, while the woman had luscious black hair. Do you have to do this? Asked the woman. Although she was smiling and giggling a while ago, now she was serious, knowing the consequences of their actions. If something happens to you during one of the time nexus, there will be consequences. That's exactly why I'm doing it, replied the young man, whose eyes seemed to contain all truths in the universe. I thought I had succeeded in achieving my goal but discovered how wrong I was. First, I had to be restricted by the rules of Hongmeng. Then, I discovered people who stood above my head. His mind thought of the 5 supreme beings who stood at the top of Hongmeng. If this plan succeeds, I will stand toe-to-toe with these 5, truly reaching the pinnacle, not worrying about rules and regulations. I always support your ambitions, but there has to be a better way to do this. This is the only fast and effective method I can think of, said the young man. The woman was quiet for a moment. All right, be careful. I thought you would continue to persuade me. I just want to know you're not doing this on a whim or moment of anger. Since you've thought this through, I will support you. Plus, what is the worst that can happen? Years of suppression, torment, humiliation, and a drastic weakening of power, replied the young man. Those are nothing, she said, they have transcended death, so no matter what happens, even Hongmeng and those 5 cannot kill them. However, some things are indeed worse than death. Yes, as long we are alive, we can try again, said the young man as he looked at the small orb, which was a chaos universe. The young man observed all lives in this chaos universe, focusing on one especially. Although he could instantly annihilate this universe, including all parallel timelines, all dimensions, and all lives, including Grand Tao, he could no longer interfere after setting things in motion. Now, he has to wait for the final result, hoping his preparations are enough for this plan to succeed. Then, he can ascend to the top of Hongmeng. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know in report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.